you. Just a little thing. They haven't gone into too much detail. We know that Cody is going to be on the show, and there is word that he is going to kickstart the show. So Cody, believed to be opening the show. Stephanie returns. Obviously, she is now the new Women's World Champion. And we said, even if you thought that Wrestlepalooza was an absolute dumpster fire, which many did, we do have a new kind of main event star. Like, Stephanie is obviously now the Women's World Champion. This is a big opportunity for her. It means that she's going to be on PLEs. It means that she's going to be used and featured a lot. She's a great talent. I think we're all quite excited to see what she's going to bring. It's some fresh bloods. You know, we can do Stephanie against Rhea. We can do Stephanie against Asuka. We can do, there's loads of matches actually. Stephanie's not really been on the main roster that long, so it gives us a lot of opportunity to kind of do a lot of different matchups. It kind of brings some fresh blood into that main event scene. And obviously you can move a lot quicker with the women than you can with the guys. The women's roster isn't as big as the men's roster. And with injuries and everything, it's even more limited. So you can kind of move quicker. I think this is us moving quick, maybe a bit too quick, but I'm okay with it. And I'm quite excited to see kind of what this does, if it does breathe new life into that women's division, right? So we got Cody opening the show. We got Stephanie, the new Women's World Champion. She's going to be on the show. We know we're getting Bayley against Roxanne Perez. Definitely here for that. That should be fun. And then we've got Penta and the War Raiders taking on the New Day and Grayson Waller. So lots going on. Not loads that's been previewed, but, you know, we're coming out of Wrestlepalooza. I'm sure there's going to be some twists and turns. I wouldn't be shocked if we got a surprise or two tonight. I think there's a chance for, like, say, an Elia to come back, or maybe a Gunther to come back. Gunther probably less so. And the reason why I say that is because, well, I don't know, actually. Maybe there is a chance for Gunther. I think there's a reason that we could get something, because we didn't get loads at Wrestlepalooza. We know there are a lot of people that are ready to return from injury, like Gunther, like Elia, like Rey Mysterio. Streets are saying they're all there or thereabouts ready to return. So, you know, you've got all these options. Someone like Elia, I think, is quite interesting, because I don't think he's a big enough star to bring back on a PLE. He didn't really do anything before he went away. So I think that's why I wouldn't expect him to be at a Wrestlepalooza, but I could expect him to be on a Raw. So I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what to expect. I know expectations are low. I know people are feeling a bit down in the dumps. That's okay. That might work to our advantage. If they put on just even a semi-decent show tonight, it might pick the spirits back up again. So, yes, lots going on, lots to talk about. There is another thing, though, that I just want to do first. Otherwise, I will forget, because I am terrible at these things. Obviously, every month, we put someone into our Hall of Fame. We've got a community Hall of Fame. There's about 20-odd people that are in there right now, and every month we add someone new. And so last month we actually added Dormouse into the Community Hall of Fame. Now, this is voted for by you, so you lot voted for Dormouse to go in, right? And I know some people might be new to the channel and they might be like, well, I'm sorry, I don't get this. What? And it's like, it's just a way of honoring those people in the community that kind of make this a nice place to hang out. It's a nice way to honor those people that do make a difference in the community. And Dormouse definitely does. Dormouse has done so much for the community. I mean, she's done loads over on the Discords. Always a positive, bubbly person around, a much-loved member of the community. And so Dormouse has actually got a message that she has sent over. Just a couple of minutes, a little video. I asked her to do it, a little acceptance speech thing. And so she sent that over. So we're going to throw over to that. And actually, I don't know if it's this week or next week, but it's really, really soon. We will be doing our next poll to try and figure out who the next person in the Hall of Fame is going to be. We need to do that for September, don't we? So it's come back around very, very quickly. But let's give a moment. Let's give the floor over to Dormouse. Let me bring this up. So here's Dormouse, and let's see what she has got to say.
Hey, Wrestling Daze fanatics. I'm Dormouse69. It's great to meet you all. I am a bit nervous right now, so bear with me, and here it goes. I am incredibly honored and grateful to be inducted into the Community Hall of Fame. It truly means the world to me to be recognized by this community. First, I would like to thank Daze for creating this wonderful community and being such a huge part of our lives. I also want to give a special thank you and shout out to Sunny Wolf. Without her and Daze, I wouldn't have been able to help out with the Discord, a lot of the behind-the-scenes work, like Gorilla Position in WWE. It's quite the effort to make the server more user-friendly, so please be patient with us as we continue to improve things. To Kelly the Wise Lady, thank you for being my champion. You were always there, telling everyone I deserve this and that it was my time. I still don't think I deserve it yet, but 58% of you believe I do. I have so much love and respect for you. Kelly, you truly are a great friend, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To everyone who nominated and voted for me, I send all my love and respect. Thank you. I also want to extend my gratitude to those who nominated and voted for my fellow nominees. It's Kaz, J14, and Nito Nitro. Your support is greatly appreciated as well, even by myself. And it's Kaz, J14, and Nito Nitro, my fellow nominees. You guys are great, and you deserve to be up here with me. I also have much respect for all of you. I wish you the best of luck next time. Finally, and most importantly, I would like to thank my eternal twin flame, Vertebraker. This would never have happened without you by my side. Thank you for everything you've done for and always having my back. I love you, husband. So once again, I thank you all. Much love and respect from your August Community Hall of Famer, Dormouse. Ciao for now. Mwah.
That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I think, Dormouse, you did a fantastic job there. I thought that was so good. So good. I was just watching it with a big smile on my face. I mean, look, you can see why Dormouse has gone into our Community Hall of Fame. And I really think that is an important part of the channel because this channel has got so many great people in it, and there's so many people that make this hopefully a fun place to hang out. But I mean, not even when we're streaming, but I think there's when it comes to wrestling fans, a lot of wrestling fans that are looking for just, you know, someone to talk with. I mean, that's why I started the channel, because I had no one to talk to wrestling with. Like, people at work didn't watch it, and famously my partner at the time did not want to talk to me about it, and so I went into a Wrestling Daze where I would just think about things, hence the channel name. So I can massively relate to a lot of people out there that don't feel like they've got anywhere to turn to talk about wrestling. And when you've got people as positive and lovely as people like Dormouse and, well, you know, all of you guys that come and hang out, you know, it gives us a place to talk about wrestling. Actually, before we even started, I actually saw a little conversation that was going on with Connor that was in the chat. I know Connor was chatting away. I think it was Joe in there as well. And there was a little conversation about wrestling just going on before I'd even gone live. And it's like, yeah, man, we're very lucky to kind of have the kind of cool community that we've got, and that is genuinely not lost on me. So love the Community Hall of Fame. Love that people enjoy going into it, and that it is an honor that it's you know, it's meant to be. And yeah, Dormouse massively deserves so. And thank you from me as well, Dormouse, for all the stuff that you know, you've kind of done in that Discord. It's certainly not lost on me, so I really appreciate it. So, we're all loved up now, aren't we? Lovely. Right, Daniela said, thank you, Daze. I can relate to what you just said. Honestly, I think a lot can. Pro wrestling is very niche. And, there are people in the world that obviously, as we know, look down on it. So, it's not always the easiest conversation to have with someone about, admitting that you like wrestling. Hopefully that's not as bad in 2025 as it has been in the past. I mean, during the Attitude Era, you could wear it as a badge of honor. But I think as we moved away from the Attitude Era, it was not something that people were going around shouting about. I don't know now if people go around shouting about it, to be honest. I mean, I really don't know. But I know that when I was kind of growing up, it was something which was just not frowned upon, but you always get that, it's fake, right? I mean, that's the standard, isn't it? You still watch wrestling. I watched that when I was a kid. It's fake, right? I mean, that's the classic, isn't it? Do you know what? If we do some merch, we should have shirts that go, yes, I do know it's fake. I love pro wrestling. Yes, I do know it's fake. Feel free to talk to me about it if you want. So, yeah. So, yeah, you're in a safe space, right? You're in a safe space. Okay, with that being said, let's try and get into a few comments, shall we, and work our way through this. The other great thing about that Dormouse speech, I could drink my coffee. I didn't need to talk for a few minutes. So, I got that out of it as well. So, love that for me. Right. Bishop said, Daze, I've got a question. With John Cena leaving at the end of the year, who do you think replaces his spot? To be honest, I think he's been replaced. I think that John Cena for many, many years has only done one match a year. I believe John has wrestled at least one match every year since 2002. On the main roster. And I remember the one year, a few years ago, he hadn't had a match. And so we brought him in for the very last SmackDown. And he ended up doing a tag match because he hadn't actually done a match that year. And so the very last SmackDown in the year, late December, John Cena comes in and just wrestles on a SmackDown so that he can keep that record going. So, to be honest with you, he's reduced down in recent years to such a low level, to such low output, that we've replaced him already. I mean, he's been replaced with Roman, Seth, Punk's come back, Cody, of course. These are the names that have replaced John Cena. Now, obviously, this year we've increased it again. What would it be in his kind of retirement run? What I would say is that's probably took time away from Cody. I mean, I think Cody's probably suffered a little bit as a result of John being around. And Roman as well. We've not had to lean on Roman. I mean, it doesn't feel like we've had Roman as much this year. I don't feel like he's been involved in major stories as much. Obviously, we had the build towards WrestleMania. And then he just did a bit of a tag match at SummerSlam. And this just sort of feels like a bit of a throwaway year for Roman. And actually, maybe this is part of the problem. Maybe part of the problem with the ratings and the engagement is that, we just haven't used Roman as much in as compelling stories as what we have in previous years. Roman and the Bloodline did a massive part of carrying WWE. Roman and the Bloodline was a big reason for recent success. So, this year, I would say we really have not used Roman all that much. We know he works a reduced schedule, but even when he's been here, the stories just have not been that compelling. I mean, I thought the SummerSlam match was just a complete nonsense. To do him and Jay against the Vision in a match that really didn't feel like it mattered, and then ultimately turned out it just did not matter. Because nothing's changed. Nothing's come out of that match as a result. And, we just now find ourselves just sort of just moving forwards and without Roman. So I expect Roman to be coming back. But, yeah, when John retires, hopefully we can do more with Roman. Hopefully we'll have more with Cody, I think Drew has kind of been pushed away from that main event scene quite a bit this year. You know, I think Drew has not had a great year compared to 2024. I think he'll come back into the mix a bit more. So I don't think it's a case of it's like, yes, you're right, we need a main event star. Shall we get Oba Femi? Shall we get Trick Willie? I don't think it's that at all. I think John Cena got replaced as a main event star many, many years ago. It's just that we've turned up his presence this year. And so, you know, some of those other names just have got a little less opportunity than they would normally get. So we'll just fix it next year. Eleanor said, have we seen the rumor that Cody pitched to lose to Drew at Wrestlepalooza? If so, what are your thoughts? Yeah, I mean, the only thing I don't know is when that rumor, not the rumor, but let's say it's real, right? I don't know when it happens. So I think the thing with pro wrestling is that there's lots of ideas, and I think there's lots of plans that change. And I think that when it comes to what happened at Wrestlepalooza, a decision was made for a couple of reasons to do what we ended up doing, right? I know I'm talking a little bit cryptic here, but I think I'm trying to explain why I don't think it's that big of a deal, actually. I think there's a lot of thoughts and there's a lot of directions. I mean, when you're in creative, you can pretty much do anything you want, right? So they have to decide what the best thing they think is. So, you know, all of the different outcomes that we talk about, could The Rock come back? Could Randy turn on Cody? Could Drew win the title and then Cody could go after Drew? Well, all of those things really depend on how you're planning on booking these stars after. Like, there's no point putting Randy into that match if you've got another feud already lined up for Randy. You know, if you've already got an idea for Randy where he's going to feud with someone else, well, then it doesn't make any sense to put him into a Cody situation, right? So sometimes it's not about what, like, oh, we did that, but that was the better idea. Sometimes it's not about that. Sometimes it's about where are you going and where are you trying to go. I mean, here's another example. Cody versus Randy is a big feud. You could have that planned for WrestleMania. So if I'm Triple H, I might be here going, well, I don't want to do a Randy thing now because that's WrestleMania and I'm going to do it at WrestleMania. So why do I want to mess around and do something now if I've got plans to start it just after the Royal Rumble? So it's not always about, oh, they did this, but they could have done that, you know, because that might not have been possible for lots of different reasons. So this is why, to me, it's not that big of a deal. If Cody went up to Triple H and said, look, because apparently this is the rumor, yeah? He went up to Triple H and he said, look, how about Randy comes down and inadvertently costs me the title? I then have to try and get the belt back from Drew, which I eventually do. And then that's when Randy turns on me, right? And then I start a program with Randy. Now, you can look at that and go, well, that would have been better than what we had at Wrestlepalooza. But there are going to be reasons as to why that was not selected. There's going to be reasons as to why Triple H was like, no, that doesn't fit right now. One of those reasons might be that Triple H just doesn't see the vision. And, you know, that could be a problem. Because, yes, it could have been more exciting, and that might have been the correct way to go, but Triple H just didn't see it, right? That is one option. But there's so many other options, like, no, we've got plans to do that match at WrestleMania, or that's going to be the big summer of 2026, or it could be, no, Randy's actually dealing with some injury at the moment, so we're not 100% he's going to be available all the time, or it could be, no, we've got big plans for Randy to start feuding with the Wyatt Six, so we don't want to put him in with Cody. So my thoughts are, when I read stuff like that, it's like, well, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting. But the fact we didn't do it doesn't stir up this kind of anger of, oh, I can't believe they missed that opportunity. It doesn't stir up a frustration or anything, because I think wrestling is it's so much bigger than just that one little element, you know? You've got all the knock-on effects, and we don't know what they are at the moment, you know? This is one of the frustrating things about wrestling, to be honest. You know, like, for example, I said I wouldn't have turned John Cena heel, and then they did it. And I was like, I wouldn't have done that, but let's see where it goes. I mean, I couldn't really rant and rave and say, what are they doing? What are they thinking? This is stupid. Because I just didn't know where it was going. They might have had some amazing things planned for that John Cena heel run. They might have had some absolutely incredible stuff lined up. And we might have looked at it afterwards and gone, that's amazing. I didn't expect them to, you know, do that as well as what they did. I mean, they didn't. And it sucked, in my opinion, and many others people's opinions. But, you know, you always have to sort of just bite your tongue and see how things go, because you just never quite know what they've got planned and where things are going to actually play out and how they're going to play out. So what I can say, though, is that I do think there are moments where you do need a bit of razzmatazz, where you do need to have some shocks planned, right? And I think Wrestlepalooza needed a bit more than what it had. And then, you know, they needed to have booked the fallout for that correctly as well. So I can sit here and say Wrestlepalooza did not have enough. I think we all know that. It was lacking, very much so. I think it was lacking in a few areas, though. I mean, I think the in-ring was not right. And I don't know if that's not connected to house shows and the fact that we just haven't been running house shows. And so it means that we put people in there quite cold. I mean, it wasn't just a lack of surprises. If you think the only problem with Wrestlepalooza is that we didn't get Randy at the end, I mean, that's just not true. There was only 5 matches. And if you've only got 5 matches and you're going to put on like a 3-hour plus show, really all of those matches need to deliver. All of those matches need to bang. There is no filler. There is no opportunity. There's no hiding place. There's no opportunity to drop a bad match. That's the problem when you only have 5 matches. Everything's got to deliver. You know, if you had 8 matches and 2 of them weren't that great, but the other 6 were really like good, I mean, you know, you can kind of cope with the 2 bad ones. But if you have 2 bad ones and you've only got 5 matches, and I'd make an argument there was at least 3 bad ones, right? Out of 5. I mean, I don't think anyone's got praise for Brock Cena. I've not seen anyone saying that the main event Cody match was, you know, acceptable as a main event. I personally thought the worst match was Usos. That might just be me. I mean, to be honest, the Brock match was far and away the lowest rated on Cage Match. In fact, we can just have a quick look at Cage Match whilst we're just on this. I know people aren't fans of Cage Match, but when it comes to PLEs, it is a little bit better. The problem with Cage Match is that it is a very low amount of votes. So you don't get like loads and loads of votes. And so as a result of that, it means that, you know, you can't really take what Cage Match says as fact or anything, right? So here's Cage Match. You can see 145 votes, which is not many still, right? But it's not like 20, okay? I would say it needs to get to like 250, 300, that kind of range. Whenever we do polls, I mean, I've been doing polls on live streams for a long time, and I can tell you that if you do a poll and you get, say, 250 responses, you don't really see much change. If you get 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000, you don't see like great change. Once you've got like about 250, you've probably got a good sample. So you've asked enough people to sort of get an idea as to how the majority feel. So I would say that's still low, but these are not bad. There's a couple here that are around 250-ish, right? So still a bit low. Take it with a big pinch of salt, okay? So 5.54. yeah, that's kind of where we are at the moment for the show score overall. Clearly, the lowest rated match was John Brock at 2.3, but how many people voted it that way because of the fact that John got destroyed and beaten, right? I think there's every chance that, you know, the match itself for 8 minutes was okay. It was a lot of spammed finishers, but it was okay. I don't know that the match was 2.3, but I think the results and the fact that John got so badly beaten really upset people, which resulted in that being as low as what it was, okay? But then if you look, Usos Vision 6.2 out of 10. And then even the AJ match, 6.5. And then if you look at Cody, 6.4. So it's really close between those three matches, actually. Really close. Even the AJ CM Punk match did not pull ahead very far away from the Usos match, which I think is wrong. I think that is much more enjoyable personally. I would really make an argument. It's the second lowest match, but I would make an argument it's a lot closer down to Brock and John. I think both of these matches as a start were a real challenge. And then we get to easily the best match. I mean, 2.3, 6.2, 6.5, 6.4, 8.4. I mean, it's just not even remotely close. It's just not in the neighborhoods like this was the best match. So 8.4 for Stephanie and Io. And then it does dip back down again. I just think this goes too long. It's 29 minutes. You don't need that match going nearly 30 minutes. I mean, nearly half an hour on a match that just didn't need it, in my opinion. So I think it went too long. I think you could have took some of the stuff out that would have made it a bit stronger. But, and then, you know, main event, I mean, 6.4 for a main event, just not good enough. So, yeah, this is where we are. This is the latest when it comes to cage match anyway, which, as we said, I know not everyone cares for. But, yeah, it just was not a very well-received show whatsoever. I think even the news earlier today was that ESPN themselves gave it a C rating. ESPN themselves said if it wasn't for Io Stephanie, you know, it would have been, you know, painfully average. So even the person reviewing it for ESPN was not impressed, was not blown away. So I wanted to give you a bit more of an answer to that because I think that's a question that would come up a few times. It was a great question about Cody from Eleanor there. So it was a brilliant question. I don't really worry too much about it. I don't read too much into it. It's a much bigger picture. He could have proposed something because that's what he thought would be an interesting thing to do. If WWE have got other plans, fine. Let's see. Let's hope they're going to be good, right? Otherwise, maybe we should have done what Cody suggested. Okay, Mr. Dell Jr. said, what do we think about ESPN giving Wrestlepalooza a C? Will this be the moment WWE will finally be good? Or will they not care? They won't care. I don't think they'll care. To be honest with you, I don't think that you can hype up Wrestlepalooza as much as you did. Not you, I'm talking WWE, right? Hype it up as much as you did and get everyone excited. Talk about how important this relationship with ESPN is and then deliver that show, right? And then, like, for me, that is you going, this is what we do, right? I mean, Triple H was saying that this is the final form of sports entertainment. Remember that line? This is the final form of sports entertainment. Like, I think WWE internally have got into a little bit of a bubble. I think they've got themselves into a little bit of a bubble. I think that there is an us versus them mentality, which I really don't like. I think that WWE have kind of locked away from Twitter and X and a lot of the fan feedback, right? Because I think that they just don't want to hear the noise, right, of all the different opinions and everything. So they sort of lock themselves away. And I think what happens then is when they achieve something like the ESPN deal, that's big for WWE. WWE going on to ESPN is a big, big deal, right, for WWE. Not so much for me, because I'm sat here in the UK. It doesn't make any difference to my life whatsoever, okay? And actually, internationally, it doesn't make a difference to millions of people's lives that WWE has gone to ESPN. But it does make a difference in America, right? But that difference for the fans, you could argue, is a negative, because a lot of people now have got to spend $29.99, okay? But WWE has just spent weeks, months, shouting about the fact that they're on ESPN and what an amazing partnership this is, how excited they are. And they just congratulate themselves and just talk all the time about how amazing this is. It's exactly the same as what they did when they went to Netflix. So when they went to Netflix, it was, this is such an amazing partnership. It's so great. I mean, it was like walking into a business room and seeing executives patting each other on the back and hugging each other, congratulating each other. We did it. We did the deal. We're coming together. Isn't this amazing? That belongs in a boardroom. It doesn't belong out in the open. And if you want to talk about it once in a while, that's fine. But I can't be the only one that's really sick and tired of having Triple H and loads of people in interviews banging on about this partnership, banging on about how amazing it is, banging on about how much, this is just going to elevate both brands. And then you get Wrestlepalooza. Then what they serve you is that show, I mean, we watch wrestling for the wrestling. It's really not difficult. We watch for the characters. We watch for the storylines. We watch for the progress. We watch for the matches. Like, we watch for the TV product, right? Them running around congratulating each other because they're on ESPN, or congratulating each other because they've just gone and flipping signed with Netflix, or congratulating each other because they've just gone and got 200 odd million from Saudi because they've sold WrestleMania over there. I mean, it was just like that press conference the other day. Tuned into that press conference. Did they give us anything interesting from that press conference? Nope. We didn't get anything from that, from a storyline point of view. There was no interesting interactions. It's not like anyone flipping stepped up to Turkey Ali Sheikh, put him through a table or anything like this, right? Instead, it was just a press conference of how amazing is this? History has been made. First time ever WrestleMania is going out of North America. Blah, 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 blah. Boring, boring, boring. Business spiel after business spiel, and you just get so tired of it when you're seeing them doing it just all the time. I mean, celebrate your successes. It's great you're making money. We want you to succeed. But for you to just keep banging on about that, and then we look and tune into the shows, and Raw has not been good enough in 2025. SmackDown has not been good enough in 2025. The PLEs have not been good enough in 2025. And it ain't just me saying it, right? It ain't just me saying it. So I think they're too inside their own bubble. They love the smell of their own shiz. Like, they need to start giving the fans really what the fans are looking for, rather than maybe being so distracted by congratulating themselves that they're now on Netflix and they're now on ESPN. So do I think that them getting a C from ESPN is going to change the quality of the shows going forwards? Not a flipping chance. Not a flipping chance. Because these are deep-rooted problems that, have shown themselves time and time and time and time again this year. They are too busy running around congratulating themselves about how amazing everything is. And they're just not listening to the fan base. They're just not listening. I mean, literally not listening, where you had everyone after SummerSlam chanting, "We want Cross," and Triple H goes, "You want Brock? You've got Brock." Do you know what I mean? Like, even when the fans are chanting stuff, he still can't hear what's being said. So, you know, I mean, Karrion going obviously upset, like, a lot of people. And, you know, the fans never wanted John turning heel. I think they enjoyed the moments, but it was very evident straight after that, like, there was no shows where John was getting booed out the building. And actually, John was the person people were chanting for at WrestleMania. You know, that was a pro-John Cena crowds. You know, Cody got booed out the building, and John was meant to be the heel. Because no one's going to turn on John in his final year. You knew it. I knew it. We all flipping knew it. Apart from Triple H, who apparently didn't. So you go, oh my God. Yeah, honestly, it is frustrating. I'm not even that frustrated, to be honest, because I did go into Wrestlepalooza with lower expectations. We did say have low expectations. We did say the rule of thumb when it comes to WWE is they'll promise you the world and you'll only get a couple of surprises. But even with all of that, I did still expect the end of Wrestlepalooza to have a twist or a turn. I really did. I really thought we were going to get Rock or Randy or something like that. I really thought we was. And so for that show to just end, I mean, I do think there are bigger problems. As we said, the match quality was not good enough. I don't know that you can blame Triple H for that. I think, you know, that might be something to do with house shows and us not having house shows. It could be to do with the producers not being good enough. It could be to do with the amount of shows, and maybe the wrestlers are just a bit burnt out. I know that people will say, well, we did loads of shows back in the 80s and all that, but what the wrestlers do now is a lot more athletic than what people were doing in the 1980s. You know, those kind of matches you could do regular because it was two people basically bear hugging each other, clotheslining, drop kicking, pretty standard stuff. The pace of matches is so much quicker now. I wonder if there's just, you know, with the amount of PLEs and TV shows and all that sort of stuff, I wonder if there's a few people that are a bit banged up that need a breather or something. I don't know. I'm trying to find every excuse under the sun I can because match quality was just not good enough. It was not good enough. Each match needed to deliver. Each match, I mean, you just saw the cage match ratings. Each of those 5 matches should have been in the 7s at least. I mean, the first match is 2 points summit. 3 of the matches are 6 points summit. And only 1 match got above 7. And that was the Stephanie EO match. It's not good enough. So I don't even know that they're going to sit down and be that worried at creative. I really don't. I don't even know that they're going to be sat there worried. They might just be patting each other on the back going, yeah, good show. Got us where we needed to be. We got the belt on Stephanie. AJ came back. She looked good. We got the Vision to get a win. And Jay was busted open. We can use that going forward. Brock looks like a beast again. And obviously we need that as we move forwards. Lots of sympathy and anger that John lost. That's good. We can use that. And, Cody main evented, retained, and, stands tall. Yeah, brilliant. Well done. Well done, everyone. We achieved what we wanted to achieve. We might be here going, that show sucked. They might be there going, yeah, did everything we needed. Kian said, Daze, they're selfish. I love WWE, but it is just money these days. I don't believe in the fame and the money. I just care about the things that make me happy. I enjoy watching wrestling, Marvel films, and Jenny Ortega, says Kian. Yeah, I mean, you are correct. And everything I've said, I stand by. I don't mind them celebrating their successes. I don't mind them. I wish they didn't talk as much about it. I don't mind them talking about it. But when you consistently see shows in 2025 that are not good enough, do you know what I mean? It's a bit like Man United, right? I know I keep using Man United, but it's just a good reference that I can use because they're rubbish at the moment, right? It's a bit like Man United losing all their matches, but coming out going, well, do you know what? We've just signed a new shirt sponsor and it's a big deal for us. Yeah, it's a big deal. Like, it is going to be so good. Like, to actually have, Janice's dildos on the front of our shirts next year is going to be so amazing because it's a big money deal and this could really revolutionize this club. So it's honestly amazing. It is amazing. And it's like, yeah, brilliant, but you did just lose that game 5-0. And it's like, yeah, it doesn't really matter about that. It's all about Janice's dildos, and we will be sponsored by Janice and her products next year for $1 billion over the next 10 years. And it's so amazing. It's like, yeah, but you lost 5-0 and the week before you lost 3-0 and you're currently 19th out of like 20 teams. Should we have a conversation about that? No. No, we're not. We're not going to have a conversation about that. We're going to talk about sponsorships. We're going to talk about, we've got a new TV deal coming as well. That's good, isn't it? That's good. It's like, yeah, but you're getting battered on the pitch. You're getting battered. And it's like, it feels like that. That's how WWE feels. They're running around telling you about TV deals and all of that stuff. Pushing up ticket prices and everything. And you watch the show and, I mean, just look at the backlash. To be honest, they're lucky to get a 5.5 on Cage Match, judging by the reaction of people. I mean, all I've seen is people saying they're going to cancel ESPN straight away. They can't believe how much they fumbled that opportunity. And there was a lot of anger this weekend. I mean, honestly, I did an Unseen yesterday. I really enjoyed doing it because one thing I can guarantee you and promise you right now, it is not boring. It is not boring right now. There is a buzz, there is a vibe, there is energy, there is life in WWE. It's not all positive, but there is a conversation that is being had. There is an energy, there is a vibe. And, obviously we look to the future, and obviously we're optimistic, and obviously we're hopeful, and obviously we hope that, okay, a bit of a glitch, hopefully Crown Jewel will be better. Of course, that goes without saying. I ain't going anywhere. I'm going to be here week in, week out, right? But the reason why people get so frustrated is because they love it and they want it to be the best that it can be. And I don't think anyone can watch that show on Sunday and say that was the best that it can be. And for Triple H to say this is the final form of sports entertainment. I mean, honestly, again, what he means is not the product. When he says that, he doesn't mean the product. He means WWE joining forces with ESPN again. That's what he means. He means WWE and ESPN joining forces. This is the final form of sport. This is WWE, the market leader, joining forces with the greatest sports broadcaster. This is the final form of entertainment. Again, not the show. Not the actual show, not what went down in the ring. He was not referring to that. That mindset is just wrong. You're overlooking it. You're overlooking the important part. Jay said, in the old days, it was TV ratings that used to mean something. If the numbers got low, they would step it up with creative. But now it seems like they don't care, as they're still making money from other avenues. Benny, hello. Those shots, indie show, AEW over the weekend had me laughing, but be careful. If Meltzer reports them to TK and then TK comes after you, what's he going to do? Hug me. I think I'll be all right. Sean said, in my opinion, WWE has been decent. It's not been that bad. It's not been the worst. People tend to forget that we did suffer through a Thunderdome and the lows of 2019. That is true. I mean, the only thing I'd say is Thunderdome obviously was for a reason because of a pandemic. So I don't think anyone really counts that or holds it against. Like, that's not WWE's fault. That was obviously one of the biggest external factors we could ever have thought of, a pandemic, right? So I don't know how fair it is to compare what we're going through now to a Thunderdome or a performance center. They were bad times. I will give you that. But it's hard to compare now to them because obviously there was an external factor at play, whereas there is no excuse right now. Right? There is no reason for the shows to have been as bad as what they are. So I think comparing to 2019 makes a lot more sense. But I think we are scraping the barrel if we are sat here saying, well, it has been worse. You know, it's a little bit like someone releasing a really bad album, which is way below like their other work. And the response being, well, there is a worse album that I've heard, you know. There is an album actually which is nothing but industrial sounds that Lou Reed released, which is nothing but just like metal and clanking, and I think it was called Metal Machine Music, and like it's regarded as one of the worst albums of all time. Like, yeah, their album's bad, but it's not that bad. It's like, yeah, but it is still bad right now, isn't it? It's still bad. I mean, a lot of the scores this year have been 6s at best from the community for a lot of the shows. And I think the reason why this one stings is because of the fact that you've got a lot of hype going into ESPN and a lot of like, this is it, here we go, we're launching. And so you felt like this one was going to be one where it was, bang, this is what we do. Yeah, this is WWE. And I think, I get it, I really do get it. This one, I think, stings a bit more because we really thought ESPN, the launch PLE, people having to spend $29.99 that they didn't have to spend before, trying to attract new viewers. I mean, Brian Alvarez said he watched with a friend, or he knows a friend that was watching, and they were bored. They were bored. I don't know how this show is meant to keep people coming back to WWE. I think the AJ Lee match is way too long. I think at times it's boring. It's repetitive. I don't know why it was allowed to go as long as what it went. Perhaps it wasn't. Perhaps it overran. But I don't know why they didn't just cut bits out of it. And I don't know why the main event was... I think Cody had ring rust or something. I mean, he did look... They were telling a bit of a story about him being a bit off. But the way that story was told was weird. Even the commentators didn't seem to know what was going on. I mean, maybe Cody just tripped. But, I mean, it wasn't just that one moment. He looked off in the match. I don't know why. I mean, perhaps 5 weeks out of a ring is just no good for Cody Rhodes. And perhaps there was like a bit of ring rust that, you know, it'd just take a match to get rid of. But he didn't have that match, did he? I mean, he just came straight back and straight into a main event of Wrestlepalooza. So I sort of feel like I get why people are so frustrated about the show. This one felt like it teased and promised a lot. But, you know, hey-ho, as we said, on we move. On we go, and we'll see kind of what they can do tonight. The best way of taking a bad taste out of wrestling fans' mouths is by delivering a good show, a better show, a follow-up show that can actually please and move things forward. So fingers crossed that's tonight. James said there's a report that says that Piper's injury could be career-ending. But in good news, TNA today announced Mickie James is going to go into their Hall of Fame. I've not seen this Piper news. Let's have a look at this Piper news. An hour ago, A new report provided an update on the status of Piper Niven, who has been out of action since late August. During a recent episode of Wrestling Observer Live, Brian Alvarez reported that there is concern within WWE that the injury that Niven is dealing with could potentially be career-threatening. The report follows an initial one from Fightful Select, which confirmed she was injured. We actually included that in yesterday's Unseen. Although the specific nature and severity of the injury has not been publicly disclosed, Alvarez stated there is concern it could be career-ending. It's serious. Hopefully she can come back, but she is out due to injury. Niven has been absent from WWE TV since August 22nd in Ireland. That was her last TV match. Niven is currently part of the Secret Service. To explain her absence, Green made an in-character social media post saying that her partner was away on a top secret special assignment and that the Secret Service were accepting applications for a fill-in. Yeah, I did see that. I think that was just to get some up from fans, I thought. Maybe not. Perhaps they are actually looking for a permanent replacement now. So there we go. That is Piper. Might as well just put that in Unseen, of course. But yeah, that's obviously a shame, isn't it? I mean, not really anything in the way of details there. But it seems like that news dropped about an hour ago. Slagent P, this was 6 hours ago, Piper Niven. Chelsea said Slagents wanted. So priceless and benefits is the salary. Only those with a license to slay. They need to have an investigative background of Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is good. And an impeccable record of security. So as a Slagent officer, you'll play a vital part in protecting the president of the Chelsea Green fandom, that is Chelsea Green, from threats such as terror, government, and cyber attacks. You'll gather intelligence, analyze complex information, and work closely with our Glamander-in-Chief. You'll work closely with our international ambassadors. You'll assess intelligence from our directors. You'll become our social scholar, our lead scholar. Collaborate with our security of Slay. You'll present findings clearly to our government. What we're looking for is strong problem-solving skills when ordering Starbucks. Excellent communication, like voice notes and emoji use. Resilience under pressure when Wi-Fi has dropped. And the ability to work collaboratively with disrespectful management and a strong selfie arm. That's good. That's good. That one dropped 6 out. That can go in Unseen as well. Well, she seems to be in good spirits, doesn't she? Look, she's even calling for the Slagents to assemble their Piper, and that was 6 hours ago. So, yeah, there we go. Right. That was the Fightful one that we included. You can see I've still got the bookmark. Piper Niven has sustained an undisclosed injury. That was in yesterday's Unseen. But seems like, sadly, word coming out that it's a bit more serious than what we thought. Right, Dawny said, hello, everyone. I'm going to go against the grain. I'm going to say Wrestlepalooza. I enjoyed the mixed tag match. Both our husband and I laughed our butts off during the mixed tag match, but the match was too long. Oh, I think in regards to the mixed tag match, I definitely enjoyed elements of it. I don't think it was a bad match. I think you could make an argument it was the second best match. So, yeah, I think there was definitely a lot of positive in there. I think that AJ's cardio obviously looked really good. And she was getting chucked around. I mean, she took that commentary table bump and, you know, she was taking bumps in the ring. And so, you know, definitely. And Becky, you know, was obviously taking a lot of bumps and tapped out first time. She had tapped out in 6 years. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want to. I agree with what Sean said earlier. I mean, there are worse PLEs than what we saw on Saturday. There's worse years for WWE than what we're going through this year. But yeah, the flip side is like it's not where the majority hope that it would be, and so I think we've kind of ticked that box and had a kind of say on that. And I don't know, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see kind of how they do. We're going to have to wait and see how they follow it up. Right, I don't know why, but my camera has froze, so give me 1 second. Let me just shut OBS and I will turn it back on again. That's sadly the only way of fixing this. So give me 1 second. Okay, hopefully that is back now. Lovely, lovely. Okay, let's jump over to Connor. Connor said, Daze, have you seen the Crown Jewel poster? Yes. It's got Roman, Cena, Drew, Seth, Cody, Tiffany, Jade, Rhea on it. Have we heard that Roman has been announced for Crown Jewel? No. I never really read too much into posters because there's quite a few examples in the past where people have featured on posters and then haven't featured on the shows. I do think there is a good chance Roman will be on that show. I think that there's every chance that they said to the marketing department, like, can you put these people on and named them, right? So there's every chance those people are going to be on the show. So I do think that there is a talking point there. But I wouldn't take it as absolute gospel. Because it could be that as we just get a little bit closer to the show, they just tweak that poster and change a few faces on it. We've seen that as well. So, yeah, I think it's a talking point. I think definitely we could see Roman on that show. But equally, I'm not getting too carried away at this point. So, but no word as to what matches and all that. The only thing, obviously, we know we're getting other two world champs going up against each other. So at the moment, it looks like Stephanie versus Tiffany. And it looks like, obviously, Cody and Seth. And they actually confronted each other after Wrestlepalooza. They actually confronted each other on that post-show. Obviously, we included that image in Unseen the other day. So, yeah, that is where we're going. That match has been announced by Triple H as well. So Cody Seth is coming up October 11th, I think, Wrestlepalooza. We are going to be getting that match. Wrestling Warrior, hello. Shout out to you, buds. What's up? What's up? Super Pinky said, Daze, I wrote to CM Punk about that and he gave me an answer that I didn't expect. I am still surprised that he gave me a reaction. I'm not sure that that would be CM Punk, to be honest with you, because I don't think he uses X that much. So I don't think... I would just guess that it was probably not CM Punk that responded to you. There is a lot of fan accounts, fake accounts. CM Punk on X. So... this is CM Punk on X. He doesn't go by the CM Punk name. He goes by Player Coach. He does have CM Punk as his username, but Player Coach is kind of the, I don't know, that is handle, that is username. I'm not sure. But yeah, you can see the last time he tweeted was 2022. 2.5 million followers. The last time he tweeted was 2022. If you click on replies... I think, yeah, look, the last time he replied to anyone on X was 2022. I'll be on AEW Rampage Live tonight. So there we go. That was the last time that he kind of tweeted or responded on X. So to be honest, but I would imagine it was probably one of those kind of parody accounts, you know, where they just put CM Punk in their name. They have a profile picture of CM Punk. It's easy now to get a blue tick, isn't it? The blue tick doesn't mean verified anymore. So, yeah, it was probably that. William said, if this was my chat, and it is, I would enjoy making people as miserable as possible, says William. Well, William, thank you for your work. Shotwave said, Daze, Ryback is doing his TikTok thing. He's grabbing money off people. He should be stopped, as their money he has. He is asking for gifts in battles. It doesn't really matter, does it? Ryback's just Ryback now. I mean, he doesn't work for WWE. He's just another guy on the internet. So if he is having people tune in and he is, I don't know, somehow pleading for money or whatever he's doing, like, that's it. I mean, it's not like he's a WWE superstar. He's not under any contracts. I don't think he wrestles anywhere. I mean, he is just a guy on the internet now. So, I mean, I would say just don't engage with him if you find whatever he is doing to be questionable. Right. Monsef said, Survivor Series War Games, Vision, Lesnar, Drew versus Cody, Punk, Cena, Usos. What do you think? Feels like the direction, doesn't it? Feels like the direction. For me personally, not a massive fan of War Games. I think, though, if Lesnar joins up with the Vision, that would be very interesting. Because, well, I mean, what would you put Lesnar in one of those cages? I mean, seeing Lesnar in that cage just waiting to be released would be quite a visual. So, and how he would work with others. I mean, it was so weird seeing Lesnar in a team. So, you know, a little bit like when they had Roman and Punk work together like the other year, and Roman stopped Punk from leaving, like that got so many views. That moment where Roman stopped Punk leaving the little shark cage thing, I think that did like 100 and some odd million views. Like it wasn't just like a little thing, it was a major talking point. Just the idea of CM Punk versus Roman Reigns got people so excited. And honestly, you could do that as a WrestleMania match. So, yeah, personally, I'm sort of done with War Games. I'm ready for something else. But the thought of Vision, Lesnar, and all of them kind of being together is quite interesting. The optic is quite interesting. Porky Pig said, I guess Cody will start the show with a promo. Vision will interrupt. Pierce will end up throwing together a tag match. Cody and whoever versus Braun and Bronson. Let's hope not. Connor said, Daze, who do we have a feeling that could challenge Stephanie? Oh, well, everyone. I mean, Asuka could, couldn't she? She could, because she could want revenge for Io. So Asuka could absolutely put herself in that situation. I mean, I don't know what's happening with AJ. If AJ is sticking around, I don't think AJ is going to go for that belt. I think AJ, if she's going for a belt, will go after the Intercontinental. But I think Becky at some point is going to be free to go after that title, right? So I think you've got her in the mix. We already know that Rhea had a word with Stephanie to say, I want whoever is next. So we already know that she has put herself to the front of the queue, but I think Asuka's in that queue. You can never ignore Roxanne and Raquel and Judgment Day. So they've got to be in the mix as well. So plenty of challenges and challengers for Stephanie. Alex said, Ryback comments on every, and I mean every Instagram post that WWE make, and it's always just hungry or feed me more. Wan said, Ryback did say that he would retire from pro wrestling if CM Punk came back, and that's exactly what happens. Danelle said, Days Kabuki Warriors are gonna leave Io by herself because she lost the title, said Danelle. Marshman said, could Oba be called up to feud with Lesnar? I don't know that they would put Oba in that position straight away. because that is surely a match Oba would lose. I don't think you would call Oba up and have him go over Brock. I think that Oba would probably come up and you would build him up. I think Jacob could be someone Brock could get in there with, and Gunther could be someone that Brock gets in there with. I think there are bigger guys that are, settled on the main roster. I'd be very surprised if they had Oba. I mean, I would be surprised because it would actually be quite exciting. It would actually be quite exciting to have someone new come straight from NXT, go up to the Beast, and basically show no fear. Like, say what you want about, this is a bit quick, this guy shouldn't be beating Brock, blah, 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 blah. It would be exciting. But have you seen WWE recently? Do you have confidence that they would do something like that? Because I don't. So I think that they would probably turn to a Jacob or a Gunther or someone like that. And then, Oba comes up, have him beat people, low-level talent, get wins, get momentum, and then eventually collide with Brock further down the road. If Brock sticks around, I mean, no idea as to what their plans are with Brock. I don't know that you see Brock at Crown Jewel. I think you could see him at Survivor Series. But I don't know. Are we just trying to wind up this deal? Are they going to offer him a new deal? Like, what's going on? I've not heard any words about what the play is when it comes to Brock. Are they trying to bring him back because they feel like they need the star power? Are they bringing him back because they wanted a big sporty name for Wrestlepalooza? How much are they planning on using Brock? I don't even know what's in his contract. I'm sure Brock would have a X amount of dates in his contract, where I'm just going to do this many dates, just like Roman, right? I certainly don't think he's there for them to use whenever they want, right? I'm sure that he's got a bit of a reduced schedule type situation. So, don't know what the plan is. Don't know what the play is with Brock going forward. It could be that he's done next year. It could be that we're just kind of winding things up. That was the belief, wasn't it? Someone said that they're maybe looking at having him retire at SummerSlam or something. I don't know. There has been no reports, no words as to what's going on there. Juan said, I say that because Ryback didn't believe that Punk would ever return to pro wrestling. So he said it as sarcasm that Ryback would retire. I seem to remember the poll that he did. Shockwave said, the best thing WWE could do is have Heyman get Lesnar to turn on the Vision. Sim Slam said, Jay won the Rumble and got crushed quite quick. Yeah, well, he won the title at Mania, didn't he? And then it just didn't seem to work. I thought that WWE Unreal kind of showed just a glimpse, actually. A lot of people were down on Unreal, but I really liked it. I think if you are a big WWE fan, I think you would have got more out of it than a casual fan. And an example I would give you is they went up to Jay and said, we're going to put the rocket on you. We need you to, we're going to back you here. And he was like, yep, do it. Strap the rocket on me. I'm ready, right? So you're actually seeing Triple H talk to Jay just before or just after the Rumble, right? Because Jay wins the Rumble. And you're seeing that they're really getting behind him. But then there was this clip in the creative room where Triple H seemed to be a bit angry with Jay, a bit off with Jay, at the fact that he was gassed after doing his entrance. He was saying, like, he can't be sucking in wind after, doing his entrance every time. Like, it's just not going to work. And it's really funny to hear that, because that is a comment that we have made and many others have made as well, about how, he comes down, he does this big entrance, but when he's in the ring, he just can't catch his breath. And he's just, that means that we're having to wait for the promo to be delivered. And when it does get delivered, it's been a bit really a struggle. He's fighting with himself to actually get the promo out that he needs to get out. And it's obviously not a good look. And so it was really interesting sort of seeing Triple H talk about that. And I think he did do a bit of work on that, improved his cardio, improved his conditioning, and, kind of is a lot better with it now. But I think there were a lot of challenges. I think that was just one thing of many. I mean, you got to say that his general match quality as a solo star has not been anywhere even remotely close to what made him so special as a tag team guy. I mean, him being in a tag team with Jimmy, I mean, the Usos are one of the greatest tag teams, maybe WWE's greatest tag team of all time. I mean, it's a big statement, but I have absolutely no doubt if WWE was to do a countdown list that the Usos would easily be top 5 all time, maybe top 3, and honestly, I wouldn't be stunned if they came out as number 1. I think you could have the New Day in that mix as well. I think the Hardys would be in that mix. I think the Dudleys would be in that mix. But the Usos are very much that level, you know? So we're talking about a very, very special tag team. A tag team that you could put in any generation of WWE and they would shine. You could put the Usos because of their promo abilities and because of how exciting they are, their aerial work and their quick striking and their teamwork, some of their spots that they do when they're working together. I mean, you could put them in there with the Hart Foundation, with the Rockers and those matches. I mean, imagine the Usos against the Rockers and just how much that match would bang, right? You could absolutely put them in that amazing tag division from the late 80s. Put them in there with the Killer Bees. You know, they'd look so good. So they are special. He is special. They were amazing, but there is no way his solo matches get even remotely close to being as good as he was in a tag team. And I think that's a problem as well, to be honest. So I think there was all these challenges with Jay, which I don't know that we had time to overcome. And I think the decision was we put the belt back on Gunther. And so the belt just very quickly, I think 30 days after Mania, something like that, 35, 40, I don't even know how many. It was around that sort of number. It certainly wasn't 100 or anything. The belt goes back onto Gunther. And it seems like the Jay experiment is sort of over. And I don't know what we do with Jay kind of going forwards. I mean, I think that there is definitely something there. He's got a real connection with the fans, which is obviously really important to have that connection. You could say it's the most important thing, that entrance and the energy that comes out of it. But it's just like as soon as that finishes and then you focus on whatever he does in the ring, it does feel like it is several steps below. It's a big entrance, and you know what follows is not normally that same sort of level, unfortunately. You know, it's not like he gets in there and cuts these really big charismatic promos that have got everyone like, yeah, man, you know. It's not like he gets in there and delivers like a 4 or 5 star match. And it's just like big entrance, gets in the ring, and then what follows certainly just can't carry that energy. And I think we just got to the point where Triple H was like, okay, we've had a look at that option. It's got its positives, but it's got its negatives as well. It's not sure. It's not quite where we want it to be. But do we go back to it and give him another run? You know, was it a bit of nerves first time round? Can improvements be made? You know, or was that it? You know, was that it? Was that the Jay Uso experiment totally finished? I don't know. What I do know is he's very popular with kids, which I think is down to the catchphrase and the entrance, really, and the hand gesture. And I think for those that have been watching wrestling for quite a while, he just doesn't really back it up when it's time to back it up. I think that's the concern. But you know what? I've compared him to the Warrior before. I'm going to compare him to the Warrior again. He is obviously different from the Warrior, but there is a very striking similarity, which is the Warrior was all excitement, big entrance, you know, that music would hit. He'd run down, he'd shake the ropes, the crowd would be going crazy. and then it was time for him to have a match. And the only way, really, you could make the Warrior look good in a match is by making it real short, right? Unless you put him in there with someone that could slow the Warrior down and was really good as a heel, like, say, a Rick Rude or a Macho Man. You know, you had to be an elite pro wrestler of the highest caliber to, like, get something out of the Warrior. Honestly, the match that I think is a flipping minor miracle, and it's not even that great, but it is a minor miracle, is the main event of WrestleMania 6, where we do Warrior versus Hulk Hogan. They actually go for quite a long amount of time, and the match, it doesn't stink. It's not horrific. Like, they get something out of it, so fair play, right? Fair play. But really, you needed to be someone really, really good, like Macho Man or Rick Rude, to actually get some out of the Warrior. And it does feel like there's similar shades here, where it's all excitement, it's all a big entrance, but then actually when it's time to have a match, like, the match quality just doesn't seem to be there. So, yeah, I don't know where we go with Jay going forwards. It'll be very interesting. Shane said, I think Jimmy's got a better promo than Jay. Nita Nitro said Jimmy is also funnier and more charismatic. Jaden said Jimmy is better than Jay. Juan said, I would say that Jay's a bit more like Jeff in popularity, but Matt Hardy when it comes to in-ring work. That's an interesting way of putting it. And again, I want to make sure we're being crystal. This is not us being nasty, or I'm not trying to be nasty. This is just me being honest about, like, what it is that I see. And, you know, I don't have any ill will towards Jay. If they want to keep going with Jay, that's absolutely fine. I will just be looking for more engaging matches, though, like better match quality going forward out of Jay if we give him another run, right? As a solo star, which I think we will, or as a world champion. Whether they put him back to world champion level, I don't know. It's a real conundrum because he really does have his fans. And wrestling is really weird because sometimes you just connect with people and they might not be the best. I mean, I suppose it's the same when it comes to UFC. You know, you might really connect with a fighter in the UFC that's not the best fighter, but you just like them and you like their personality and you like their journey and you like their story and you like who they are, you know, but they're not the best. Like, a load of people love Tony Ferguson and they always wanted Tony Ferguson to be a world champion. And, you know, he got to the point where he was going to fight Khabib and it was going to be a match that was going to happen in 2020. And then the pandemic hit. The match didn't happen. He ends up taking a different fight. I believe it was against Justin Gaethje. And everyone was like, yeah, he should win this. And then we'll get that Khabib fight, right? And he lost to Gaethje. And you're like, oh, God, that's a spanner in the works. But okay, not the end of the world. Come on, Ferguson. Come on, Tony. Get a win, right? And I think they put him in next with maybe Charles Oliveira. And it's like, okay, beat Charles Oliveira. Maybe we do the Gaethje match again. But, you know, he'll be back to... He lost to Charles Oliveira. And you're like, oh, my God, he's lost twice in a row now. Like, what does this mean for him going against Khabib? Cut a long story short, Tony Ferguson loses 7-8 times, ends up getting cut out of the UFC. He went from here to here, right, over the space of like 3-4 years, where he was on the verge of a title match and ends up just losing, and getting cut. And then I think, didn't he fight on like Misfits or what was he doing? He was doing something the other day, which I think might have been boxing. I'm not sure, but it was outside of UFC. And you know, but I watched him during that time period, constantly rooting that he would get a win and find his way back, you know. One more run. He was not the best fighter, and there was clearly a decline, but you still were like, come on. That's you know, love Tony Ferguson. Gives everything. One thing you could say, and Diaz as well. I mean, people love Nate Diaz and Nick Diaz. And they're not the greatest fighters, you know. I mean, they were, but there's, you know, been a big decline there. People love Colby Covington as well. You know, there's certain people that do love him, mainly Republicans, because he's very pro-Trump. And he gets lots of support. He gets lots of hate, of course, but he gets lots of support. But unfortunately, he is on a bit of a losing streak as well. So, yeah, when it comes to UFC, there's loads of fighters that sadly don't get to belts, but people just connect with them. I think Jay has got that. You know, Jay is someone that really is connected with people, and that you just can't put a price on that. Like, that's so good. That's worth its weight in gold. But, you know, there are many people that look at Jay and just, they don't get enough from him. You know, yeet and a hand gesture and the entrance is lovely, but it's not enough for some of us. So I'm certainly not down on Jay. I wish him all the very best in the future. But, yeah, it's just an interesting conversation. Connor said, do we think that Seth Rollins is the favourite to win against Cody? I would think so, yes. I would think so. He did lose 3-0, and controversially, I was not a fan of the result for that when he did his pec. You remember when we did Cody versus Seth? And Cody revealed that he'd torn his pectoral muscle. Personally, for me, straight away, I felt like that should be Seth winning. That was a really, really compromised Cody Rhodes taking on a fully fine Seth Rollins. And they had Cody win that match. And I was like, nah. A lot of people look back on that full of praise, but I just cannot get past that result. That result really bothered me because I was like, this has just done Seth quite a bit of damage because, you know, Seth can't even beat a flipping really severely handicapped. You know, he couldn't really move this side of his, like, he was really struggling to even move this arm. And still Seth Rollins couldn't win. And it's like, blimey now. So for me, they had Cody win 3-0 in those 3 matches, right? First 3 matches. So at WrestleMania, they fight again. I forget when the second one was, like a Backlash or something. And then the third one was that Hell in a Cell. Cody got them all 3-0. And so surely Seth wins this now. Surely. I mean, there is a lot of history for them to get their teeth into. So maybe we'll revisit some of these things and maybe we'll get, like, you know, Seth can have some closure on it or something. That's the great thing about wrestling is even if you do something that's a bit questionable, you can always revisit it and reframe it. You know, I mean, Seth could come out and say, you do realize that I'd been ill that week. And I myself was not feeling 100%. He could come out and say that and reframe that match. Even though that is not true. I have literally just made that up. There's nothing stopping him coming out and saying that. And then maybe making you go back and look at that match slightly differently. That's the positive about this never ending. You can keep, you know, reanalyzing, going back, reframing and trying to make things fit a little better. So personally, if I'm booking, yes, Seth wins. Seth definitely wins. Beast Mode said Cody doesn't need to win again at Crown Jewel. He's already had the title that Seth definitely needs it more, said Beast Mode. I agree. Will they have Cody lose, though? That is their quarterback. Will they have him lose? Big Time said, Daze, when we look at 2025, the disconnect between WWE and the fan satisfaction couldn't be wider. The two sides are clashing, the rich getting richer, and the fans aren't getting a satisfying product. Yeah, I agree. The thing is, obviously, we hope that will change. I am hopeful. I mean, to a fault. I mean, if people want to bash me for that, then that's fine. I'll take that. But I am genuinely hopeful because two reasons. First of all, I've been a wrestling fan a long time, as have many of you. We've seen the good times and the bad times, regardless of how bad it is right now, right? Regardless of whether it's just a bit bad, very bad, the worst it's ever been, regardless, I think we can all agree it's a slump, right? We can all agree that it is down on where we've been in 2024, 2023, 2022, right? So it's a little slump, right? But we've done this before where we've had slumps and bad years and we've bounced back. Like, it never stays bad for ages. It never stays good for ages. It is always a blend and a mixture of both. I mean, we're talking, like it might be good for 3 years and then be bad for 2 years and then be good for 2 years and then be bad for 3 years and then be good for a year and then be bad for 3 years, but then be good for 2 years. And we kind of do that, right? Every year is different. And to be honest, everyone scores each year different. I actually think that's a really good question that I might ask our members in a future quiz. Just like, what was the best year in WWE and what was the worst year in WWE, and just see what answers come back. But for me, if we're going through a bit of a period that's not as great, well, that's okay. I've been through this and I know that good follows bad, right? So I'm optimistic in that regard. But the other reason I'm optimistic is because I think this year we've relied a lot on Cena's retirement and we've relied a lot on starting the Vision. The Vision are, meant to be a bit of a Shield replacement. We've lost the Shield. We don't have that big group anymore. And so at the top end of the card. And so it feels like we've kind of put a few people together to create a new version, right? Now, it's obviously not the Bloodline. I didn't mean Shield. I meant Bloodline. It's obviously not the Bloodline, but it is meant to be a bit of a replacement, if you will, right? It's got Heyman in it, right? And it's got like some big stars that are in it that are going to hopefully break out, just like how they had Jay kind of break out of the Bloodline as a solo star. You got Bron Breakker right there waiting to break out of the Vision. It's got a leader. They had Roman. This one's got Seth, right? So, I mean, you can see the comparisons as to the Vision and the Bloodline. This, for me, though, is very early for the Vision, and I think they've made a lot of mistakes with the Vision. I don't think this group have been presented quite right. I don't think it's been set up quite right. I think you can make some tweaks that are going to make a massive difference. I think it's about 3 or 4 things that need to change, might make for a really good standalone video. What needs to be done to, save the Vision or improve the Vision. Could be a really fun video. But for me, this is definitely a group that's still got potential, still can get somewhere. Hopefully the mistakes we're making with the group are 2025 mistakes. And then next year, we're just up and running, Just trial and error. That's what I'm trying to find. Trial and error in 2025. Keep what works, lose what doesn't, and surely 2026 is going to be better for the Vision. Surely. It has to. Trial and error would get you there, right? Try a load of stuff, keep what works, lose what doesn't. You're going to be in a better place. So the Vision next year surely is going to be better. Also next year, you can't rely on John's retirement tour. That means you have got to tell stories. And that story isn't I'm going by, right? So you've got to tell stories. So I've got to think next year they're going to have some good stuff lined up as well. So, this is why I'm optimistic as I look towards the future that we can have a better 2026. So, but hopefully, that work starts now. We don't have to wait till January. Hopefully we can build some momentum. I do think Raws and SmackDowns have been a bit better recently. I will give them that. AJ coming back was a big boost. I think Sammy's open challenges is a big boost. Who knows? Maybe Stephanie being a champ is going to be a big boost. So I do think there is some good stuff that's happening as well at the moment. So yes, I've got optimism. I've got hope. What's your favourite scary movie? I just want to make sure you haven't changed your name. Yes. What's your favourite scary movie? Thank you, my friends. Daze, it's my birthday tomorrow. I'm going to send this super chat to say thank you for that DM last week. No worries, buds. No worries at all. What's your favourite scary movie? Shout out to you, my friends. I wish you a very happy birthday for tomorrow. And just hope you have a fantastic time. So hopefully WWE can put on a great Raw that can put a smile on your face as we head into your birthday. So thank you, my friend. I really appreciate the support. And we'll definitely look to get you on a new quiz that we've got coming up. So we spoke about this the other day. We're actually doing a new little quiz with the members. And you will see the results of that, actually, because one of the things that I think we have not done a very good job of is kind of just showing what goes on the members' sides. Like, we have these conversations that you lot don't see. We have these games that we play that you lot don't see. If you're not a member, you just don't see it, right? And I think there's been some really fun stuff that's been going on. I mean, we've been getting members sending in videos. We've been seeing people's collections. We've been hearing as to why people in the community are fans of wrestling, what got them into wrestling. And we've been doing loads of bits and bobs this year over on that members side. But there is a new sort of quiz that I'm starting on Wednesday that is going to hopefully be shareable. It's going to be something that I can actually put out on the channel and show you the results of. So, but members obviously get to watch the full episodes. You'll just see like the edited highlights, if you will. Members will see like the full hour. You'll get like the snippets, but it should be good. I'm really looking forward to it. So I've got a bit of a list as to who wants to take part in that. Wednesday, I'm looking at Mr. Bones, because Mr. Bones got in touch to say that he had a phone, but also had a laptop. I'm trying to find the best quality I can really for that first episode. So Mr. Bones swayed me with his mention of a laptop. It doesn't really matter though. I mean, I just want to get the best sound, the best picture quality. I just want to get the best that we can for that first one so that I know it works. And I've need it because this will be the episode that I've set it all up basically. And it's Brynnigan, our current champ. He is going to be playing as well. So everyone else, I'm going to get into a schedule that said they want to play, and I'm going to try and get everyone featured at some point, yes. So, very excited for that. So, yes, we'll definitely be looking to get you onto that, my friends. Have a great birthday tomorrow. Right, Alex said, have a look at the John Cena tweet. Have a look at the John Cena tweet. John Cena, what has he said? Cena, Styles, thoughts, Raw. Oh, do it, John. I would like this very much. Do it, John. Need it, says this person. That would be great if they do actually do that. I mean, I don't know why you would tease it and then not do it, but I mean, I don't think he's advertised for this show, is he? So, I mean, I'm not expecting him tonight, but could it be that he's got a Raw in the future that maybe he's kind of setting his sights on? Could he have a Raw in the future that he is thinking about doing that? Because I'm not aware that he's around tonight. I'm not expecting John Cena tonight. So I don't know if there's any words kind of doing the round that John is going to be on this show. But I'm not expecting him. Do it, John, you cowards, said Dagrim one. Don't threaten me with a good time and then don't do it. Yeah, that's true. That's true, isn't it? That would be good, though, if we could get that. I think that really is one of the matches that people have felt a bit glum about. Like, John against Brock was not a match I was personally looking for. And then I think after having seen how that match went down, I think quite a few people probably now are looking at it going, yeah, I wish we hadn't have done that. I didn't need to see John get beaten up and pinned in 8 minutes by Brock Lesnar. Like, that's not something we needed to see for John in 2025. Maybe Brock needed it as a way of building the beast back up and getting his momentum, getting his heat back, right? I get that argument, but it's not something John needed. And I think people are quite focused on John right now. So I personally wouldn't have done that match, but I understand why they did it. And I understand why they did it the way they did it, because they want Brock to have his heat. And they're looking to use him again going forwards. And then the Logan match, I wouldn't have done the Logan match. That's not a match I was caring for or engaged with, and the criticism is, man, we could be doing the AJ Styles match. That's a match I want to see. That's a match I care about. I'd put John in there with Javon Evans. I think Javon Evans is a real special talent. He is someone that, I don't even know that we've got anyone in WWE quite like Javon. In a way, he's a bit like Ricochet. Like how Ricochet could do amazing things in the ring. Ricochet's probably the closest I would compare Javon to. But Javon is younger. I think he's a little better on the microphone, but he's only 20. And some of the stuff that he can do in the ring, like, it's not only that he can flip around, it's the risk that he takes. It's like when wasn't it Trick hurled Javon out the ring, and Javon just went flying into that commentary table. Like, he's a bit of a mixture of like Darby Allin with Ricochet, constantly taking these big bumps, and but what he can do as well. So put him in there. Imagine that. So many people won't know who Javon is because they don't watch NXT. And you bring Javon out, and people are like, "Who's this guy? I don't want John Cena against this guy. Who's this guy? This is a waste." And then they watch the match, and they'll soon find out. And a flipping star could be born on Raw, where Javon comes out and just shocks the world. People that don't know Javon just don't know, do they? If you watch NXT, you know. But imagine those faces of those people that have never seen Javon Evans. And he comes out and just puts on a banger with John Cena. I'll take that over a Brock Lesnar 8-minute squash, right? I'll take that. But yeah, AJ Styles, I'll take that as well, please. That will just be a fantastic match, a really engaging, back and forth, really fun encounter. And honestly, I think you could make an argument that AJ gave John one of his best ever matches, a couple of his best ever matches, actually. Their matches around, 2016, 2017? Mate. Incredible. Yeah, I'll take that. Mayor Pete said legends are giving him the rub all the time. I think it builds to a Javon Cena match in December. I'll take that. I really would take that. First 48 Gaming said they should have had Brock P on Cena. It would go with his P finish character. Well, there was that one sign, wasn't there? To be honest, all of that has been very quiet. I'm just going to be honest. It's been very, very quiet. I'm not a massive fan about Brock being back. I'm not crying about it. I sort of feel like I've said what has needed to be said or what I wanted to say on it. And so that's it, It's up to the wrestling fans now to decide how they feel. And I feel like the wrestling fans have decided, well, we don't love it, but we're not massively against it. we'll just trust that WWE is doing what they think is the right thing. And, here we are. I mean, I think the reason people were upset about that match at Wrestlepalooza had nothing to do with Brock being caught up in the Janelle Grant stuff. It was all to do with him beating John the way he did. That upset people a hell of a lot more than just Brock being back. So that is the truth from what I'm seeing and the reaction that I'm seeing. So if that's where wrestling fans are, that's where wrestling fans are. And so, okay, on we go. I don't think the conversation around Brock and Brock being back and should he or shouldn't he, I think that's kind of run out of steam, honestly. I'm not sure it really ever gained much steam. So I think, expect to see quite a bit of Brock going forwards. And I think that WWE are, having him beat Cena so that they can obviously build Brock up as the Beast. And, people are already fantasy booking him into Survivor Series and who could he face at WrestleMania. And, there's been a lot of that kind of happening since Brock came back. So Juan said, I'm still hoping for a John Cena NXT appearance, although I know it won't happen. But it would be a fun thing to do. Something with Brooks Jensen, who is the son of Cena's former tag partner, Bull Buchanan, says Juan. I think he's too far down now. He's in Evolve, isn't he? He's I think Brooks is really struggling to figure out who he is. He's really struggling to find that forward momentum. He's really struggling to find a character, a gimmick, a way of presenting himself that people connect with or care about. And he seems to have slipped to the Evolve level now, so he's not even in NXT. Whether he's just there in Evolve to help out, maybe, but to be honest with you, it's very obvious that he's struggling with trying to figure out who he should be because he's tried a few different things. They had him in the Cullen. It just didn't really seem to work to the point where they kicked him out, and there's been no follow-up on it. I'd love to know why they kicked him out. I mean, he didn't really add much, but I don't think he was a problem. So, that was an issue. Then, of course, he was doing a bit online where he was going to be a bit of a throwback 80s kind of wrestler, which I was quite excited for, but never got off the ground. I think he did 1 or 2 appearances and got scrapped. So they must have felt like that didn't work. Obviously, he was in that tag team with Briggs. That was his most successful period, but that didn't work. And now he's in Evolve, just trying to figure out who he should be. So I don't know Cena would be going after him. Steve said, what percentage do we think Jericho facing Cena in his last match? I would say 10%, something like that. About that. I mean, I think that Jericho's contract's up in October. So I think it's possible. I don't think it's impossible. It's not like his contract's up at the end of the year. I read a report the other day that Jericho's contract's up in October. So that would mean that he can come in, right? But I think they've already got an idea as to what they want the last match to be. And the rumor was Gunther. And to be honest with you, I think the reason why they want that is because they kind of want John to... That last match is going to be viewed, isn't it, a lot. You're going to have a lot of eyes on that last match. And if they want to take that opportunity... I mean, John Cena's last match just sells itself. This is John Cena's final match. You don't even need to name the opponent. People are tuning in. John Cena's last ever match. This is it. This is where it ends. Come say goodbye to John Cena. This is his last ever match. And then after that, you really won't see him. Yeah? That sells itself. So I can understand them looking at that going, yeah, we could do him against The Rock and make it huge, but it's huge anyway. Why don't we put him in there with a promising talent that has got at least 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years left to give? Someone that can put on a really great match as well. I mean, we want John Cena's last match to be where John gives everything And for the other talent to not only be able to hang with John, but to, at times more than carry their side of the bargain. If John needs a bit of help, we need someone in there that sort of knows what they're doing. So I can sort of understand that. Well, I don't know that Jericho at this stage in his career is going to give John an amazing match. I don't know that you put John and Jericho in there and it's going to be like a 5-star classic. But he is someone that would have the ring awareness to actually be able to, put on a decent match with John. So I don't think it's a bad shout. And I don't think it's an impossible shout. But I do think they've already got an idea as to who they want. And that person seems to be Gunther. And I do think Gunther makes a lot of sense because Gunther is meant to be that sort of main event level heel that has been a 2-time world champion in recent years. Someone that I think has maybe lost a little bit of momentum after faffing around with Jay and then picking up an injury and being out for a little while, right? I mean, I think he picked up an injury in the match with Punk. But, I mean, they just had him main event SummerSlam against Punk in a really great match. And so I think that Gunther makes a lot of sense. Have him be the one that retires John. Have him be the one that can then brag about retiring John and actually use it as a way of kind of getting heat on him, which hopefully will make him a bigger star next year. Jericho, I don't know. I mean, Jericho's probably as big a star as he's going to be. Him beating John and retiring John, I don't think really does much for Jericho. I think it does more for a Gunther. So I would say about 10%. I don't think it's impossible. And if Triple H wants to do it, it will happen. But I think Triple H probably wants to invest in a younger talent for that last match. And even though Gunther's not the youngest, he's still not been on the main roster all that long. So I think Gunther makes a lot of sense. He's credible. He's definitely going to be in that main event scene over the next few years. He's someone that can deliver fantastic matches, as we've seen when he was Intercontinental Champion, as we saw down in NXT. I don't know why, but he's just struggled a little bit in recent times to deliver that sort of match quality, but his match at SummerSlam was very, very good and very well received, very highly rated. So he did deliver at SummerSlam with Punk. I've got to think he would deliver against Cena in that match as well. So, yeah, I would have Gunther up there as well. I really would. I don't know that Javon has got the experience to kind of, if something goes a little bit awry or, like Cena's struggling, if Javon would be able to carry the weight of that match. We know Gunther could. Gunther definitely could. I don't know that Javon could. I don't know about Ethan, honestly. I mean, I wouldn't be against Ethan. I mean, I think Ethan is a really promising talent as well. Someone that's a heel that's going to be main roster bound. That would give him a lot of bragging rights. So, I mean, you could see someone like Ethan, and he's very experienced as well. He's been doing this like a long time, like 12 years or something. This is someone that, to me, has gone about it the right way. He's put that work in. He's put that work. He's paid his dues. He deserves to be that guy if he gets given the ball. And I wouldn't be down on that. I think John Cena's last match just sells itself. I really don't think you need to worry about who the other name is. Like, it doesn't have to be The Rock. Even though there'll be many out there that want that match one more time and they'd like to see it. It doesn't need to be that, because to be honest with you, the spotlight should be on John. It's John's last match, and that's the story, and that's the focus. The focus isn't him Rock. The focus is goodbye, John. So put him in there with someone like Gunther that's not going to steal that spotlight. I'd have Gunther win, but, of course, Gunther gets out the ring quite quick, leaving John in the ring on his own. And then, of course, we get the emotional moment at the end where John says goodbye. And we're getting ever closer to that. That is just going to be just over 2 months. It's like December 13th, isn't it? It's really not far away. where we will be saying goodbye to a GOAT. I don't know if he's the GOAT. For many people he is, but we will be saying goodbye to a GOAT. Right, 35 EDX said, Daze, no one's going to retire John. John is retiring himself. It's his last match. You're making it sound like Cena wins, he keeps going. I don't think I'm making it sound that way, to be honest with you, but I'm very, very aware that John Cena walks away in December. I'm very, very aware that John Cena is retiring. We've had many, many conversations around that fact, and we've had many conversations around who should be that person that has that final match with John. So I'm a bit confused as to how I'm making it sound like if John wins, he carries on. I've not said that. I've not insinuated that. But yeah, he retires December 13th. He's done. It's goodbye, John. And it's just like, who would be the right person to have that last match? What is it that we're looking for in that last match? And as I said, I think Triple H is looking for someone like Gunther, who's a main event level heel that can go forwards and actually benefit by bragging about being the person that retired John. Yeah, I was John's last opponent. I was the one that took that win away from him. You know, rather than him winning his last match and riding off into the sunset with victory, I made sure he was defeated and he left WWE like the loser he was. And, you know, you can have those kind of comments coming out of Gunther. And I think that does, you know, get him heat. People will hate him for ruining John's final moment, you know. So, yeah, for me, like, that is why we would probably go that direction. Right, Connor says, on Friday, I'm going to be in the stream on SmackDown, and my birthday is the next day. My God, loads of birthdays at the moment. Happy birthday for your, was that October 4th, Connor? Netforce said, the one thing I didn't like about Wrestlepalooza is now we're paying more on ESPN. We're getting commercials. We didn't get that on Peacock at a cheaper price. Yeah, I don't get the commercial thing personally. I don't really understand how that has happened, but whatever. It's no problem for me. I'm quite fortunate because obviously I use commercials as a way of just sort of regrouping. You know, I can make my notes, I can do whatever needs to be done. Juan said, I'll say this, even though I wasn't a Cena fan, I will be sad when he retires because I remember watching him since his feud with Billy Kidman. Monsef said, do we think we're going to have an interaction between Cena and Howdy? Maybe like a backstage segment? I think that's really hard, isn't it? Because we are very, very limited for dates now. So I think it's hard to sit here and say, yes, we are going to get that. I am going to probably not expect that. So I'm going to say that I don't expect it. So I'm going to say no, but it absolutely is not impossible. It's absolutely not impossible. There's going to be lots of people that want to see that. But I just don't know that we're going to have time, to be honest. We just don't have loads of dates. But, you know, with John's dates, I mean, I think we've got, is it 4 dates left on John? I mean, it really, really isn't much time. I think it's like 4 dates. So with John, like pretty much done. And, you know, having matches that he's got to build as well. It's just going to be really hard to see us get in like that sorted. But again, with John's dates being so limited, I think we do need to make sure that we're doing more than just a segment. I think it's really disappointing that there's been many appearances this year where John will come out and he'll do a segment in ring and then we don't do anything else on the show. Like if you've got John for, 36 appearances, wouldn't you try and maximize those 36 appearances? And what I mean by that is, wouldn't you try and not just do a segment, but do backstage stuff with John? I mean, he's done the odd bit with R-Truth, But there's been a lot of shows where he's just done his segment and gone. I mean, mainly when he was a heel. Well, he would do his segment and you just wouldn't see him again. Like, throughout the show. I think there's lots of people that he could have interacted with. I think there's lots of little things that we could have been doing with John that for some reason we just didn't. We just did his segment and that was it. So whether we'll kind of turn that up with these final few appearances, I'm not sure, but I'm not down if we do. I'd like to see it, to be honest with you. I mean, the thing with John, though, is that his in-ring will be done, but he isn't done. Like, it's not like he will never be seen again. Like, we will see him again. It's just that he will be in a suit and whatever, so we could still do an Uncle Howdy thing in the future. It just won't lead to a match. So, that door's not totally closed. Boomer for Life said, if it's not Gunther versus John, then what are we doing? Because, of course, John is going to lose that last match. It's like old school wrestling, said Boomers for Life. James said we got 5 minutes left to go. He said he would be around, just not wrestling, said Ace. Made by Dawn said, Daze, it's regretful, but that was a triple decision. I am not bothered. What in regards to what, Dawn? Are we talking about the Brock thing? Daze, Cena might have to run off after the show as he has mainly been opening shows. Maybe. The only thing I'd say is that's a bit disappointing because if you've signed a contract where you're going to do 30-odd dates, I don't think it's much of an expectation that you, do you know what I mean, like, do those shows rather than just do your 15 minutes and then run away. I know he's a busy guy, but I don't know. I would definitely be pushing to get more. Even if you record stuff with him and then drop them into other episodes, we could have done that, actually. We could have had, like, John Cena, like, doing, like, sit-down interviews. So he did his segment in ring and then do a sit-down interview with Michael Cole backstage, but just show it the next week. And, like, you could have been doing things like that. I think you could have got way more out of John this year than what we got. Maybe you're right. Maybe he had to run off. Maybe it wasn't possible. If that is the reason, I would say, bit disappointed in John, really. Bit disappointed that he can only give us 15 minutes of an in-ring segment and then have to run away rather than, you know what I mean, trying to maximize this final year. But I don't know. I don't know if that's true. Brony, shout out to you. JJB Gaming said, my opinion, this Cena run has been like a 1 out of 10. Well, yeah, I mean, there's been a fair bit of criticism of this final run. It is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. Let's see if they can wrap it up the right way. Let's see if they can find a way of getting a nice bow on this thing. It'd be nice, actually, to wrap up this year the right way. I mean, I think if we could have a good few months now, that would go a good way to sort of helping people look back on this year with a bit more fondness. It's a bit like wrestling events, isn't it? If you end with a big finish, people tend to look back on the show a bit more favourably. I wonder if you can get them to look back on this year a bit more favourably if you end with a big finish. Okay, we are about to go over to Raw. Dawn said, just be happy that we've got John until December. Yeah, I'm not a huge John Cena fan. It doesn't massively bother me. I like John, but I'm not like... My world isn't coming crashing down because of him retiring. Like, I feel like he retired ages ago, to be honest. I mean, he was just doing one match a year for many, many years. So I sort of feel like we're saying goodbye to someone that we haven't really seen loads of in recent times. But it's just that, it's that final definite ending, isn't it? Even though we might not have had much back, you never knew when he was going to show up and have another match. So it's that we're losing. But hey, listen, we've had to say goodbye to many, many of the greats. Okay, there's Wrestlepalooza recap video. That's interesting. They just played. That is really interesting. They just started with Triple H saying you can expect spectacle. You can expect a show larger than life. They edited out the surprises part of it. They edited out the bit where Triple H said about surprises. You can expect spectacle. But they didn't have him mention about surprises. Okay. First 48 Gaming said he says surprises for every PLE. Yeah, this one, though, I think carried more weight because it was the first one on ESPN. So, you know, 1.6 billion and people having to spend $29.99. This didn't feel like another PLE. This felt like it was something more meaningful. And then it just proved to be not that. ESPN gave Wrestlepalooza an underwhelming rating C, says Justin. Yes, they did. Jay is so bad he ducked himself up, said James. It is true. He has managed to injure himself by hitting himself with a chair. Which is quite the skill, isn't it? To injure yourself. There's so many things that can go wrong in wrestling, but hitting yourself with a chair is a GOAT level. He did send a message out, though, saying he's okay, so obviously wishing him a speedy recovery. Jack said, I spent $30 on ESPN Unlimited. I got a PLE that was as good as anything on Peacock, said Jack. Okay, there is the Vision. We got Seth, we got Becky, we've got Braun, we got Bronson, we got Heyman. Has it been raining, or is that just Heyman's suit? Okay, there is Stephanie and her father. Look at what Kofi's wearing. Okay, there's Grayson. He's got some kendo sticks. So a no DQ match. There's Bayley. That's cool, isn't it? With the car behind her on the roof. So Bayley against Roxanne tonight. LA Knight is here as well. LA Knight looks like he's... Oh, hello. In the background, we got Rusev and Dominic. Rusev pushing Dominic. Dominic's done well there to avoid getting beaten up. Jay Uso against LA Knight tonight. Looks like a CD on the floor outside. Right. What happened with Dom and Rusev? Rusev just came, pushed Dom up against some backstage trunks. And had a few words and then walked away. I'm a Paul Heyman girl. I'm just reading some of these signs. Becky Lynch, best women's wrestler of all time, says Sports Illustrated. Okay, we're opening the show with Cody. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, here we go. Here we go. What do you have for us, Monday Night Raw? Right. Just like he did when Michael Cole said first 48. Johnny said, I remember Rhea used to push Dom like that against the wall. I think when she did it, it was a little sexier. Just a little sexier. Well, oh, there's a therapy sign in the crowd that I just saw. Someone holding up a therapy sign. Okay, Cody has come out. He's wearing a suit. Smile on the face of Cody Rhodes, obviously retaining that title after being away for a little while. So I think in his world, it was a good title retention. Going over and embracing some of the kids. Okay, Connor said, do we think Rusev Dominic will get added to Crown Jewel for the Intercontinental Championship? Yeah, I think there's a chance of that. The only thing I don't know is how that match works, because it's heel against heel. So I don't quite understand why they would do that or how they're going to position it. You can do heel against heel. The people will be able to find examples of heel versus heel, but it is very, very rare. Do you make Dominic a bit sympathetic? Do you lean into the fact that people love? Here we go. Cody has got a microphone. He's about to talk. Do you lean into the support that Dominic has enjoyed from the hardcore fans at times? We'll have to see. Or do you put a third person in that's a baby face? Okay, Cody chants. Cody chants breakout. Evansville, Indiana. What do you want to talk about? Okay, here we go, Cody. So he shows the Crown Jewel ring. So he says, as much as I love it, I would love to add some more. I mean, I don't think he ever wears that ring, does he? I hope he got it resized, said Ace. I don't think I ever see him wearing the ring. Here's Seth. Seth's going to come out and interrupt. So these two faced off against each other after Wrestlepalooza had ended. And this is where we're going. So Cody Rhodes, Seth, we've had the graphic shown at the bottom of the screen as he was making his way down to the ring, is shown off that ring. So we know this is the direction of travel. But what's the story going to be? Because we've still got about 3 weeks. I think it's October 11th-ish. So yeah, we've got a few weeks to kill. Okay, so Seth says to Heyman, just stay here. Says to Braun, stay here. Seth is going to get into the ring as Cody waits. Cody, Seth, battle of who stinks up the mic the quickest, said Brony. Alex said, I wonder if they'll change their colour of belts, considering it's not going to match this year at all, says Alex. Okay. Seth. In the ring, Cody, in the ring. Fans are still singing Seth's song as he's in the ring. Face to face with Cody. Cody's got his back to the Vision, which strikes me as a really bad idea. He is looking behind. They're keeping their distance at the moment. We got Cody chants. Fans are with him. I remember when they said they were going to get rid of the Vince guys, but look at Seth. He's a champ, said first 48. Well, I think Triple H has always had a soft spot for Seth. Okay, Seth says he had Crown Jewel circled on the calendar. Champion versus champion. Two of the best in the world. Seth says, may the best man win. Two of the best in their prime. Cody likes that. Cody's down for that. It should be that simple, but it's not that simple. Because it's you and me. Okay, Seth said he knows what everyone thinks about him. Crowd start booing. I just don't know what they can really do here that's going to make this interesting. I know what everyone thinks about me, and I don't give a damn. A slight CM Punk chant breaks out. CM Punk, CM Punk. Yeah, CM Punk chants break out. Seth's a Vince guy. He won the title when he was in charge, said First 48 Gaming. Sean said, who said they're going to get rid of Vince guys? Jason said they boot him but sing his songs. Cena was right, said Jason. Okay, Seth wants to know what Cody thinks of him. I don't care what everyone else thinks of me. I want to know what you think of me. They're awkwardly walking round and I don't know why. Have they walked around because it looked a bit weird, Cody having his back to the Vision? Cody said it's complicated, but it shouldn't be. You've made some questionable choices. One of them is standing right there. What do you think of me? You changed my life. Okay, this is good. Good. That was good from Cody. You changed my life, and he just went through all the reasons why, most notably teaming together at WrestleMania 40, but also being his shield. The better question is, what do you think of you? Okay. That line from Cody, I thought was good. Yeah, he's throwing a bit of shade at the goons. I'm a goon, says Heyman. What can I do for you right now? Here's another question. What can I do for you right now? Oh, yeah, he got a watch. Yeah. I haven't wore it a single time until tonight. He's not wore it once. Why would you say that? You're fantastic at saying all the right things about me. When it suits you. You go on interviews and say you're the right person to lead this industry into the future. Okay, good. I'll take that as well. You say you're the quarterback. You say there's no one better. Well, what does that say about me, Cody? I do feel like there's quite a bit of thought that's gone into this. It's a bit long. We're 20 minutes into Raw already. He says the vision is the future of the industry. And I am the tip of that spear. Cody's like, good story. Love that for you. Seth should be a legit face if he stopped with all the Joker. Beep, said Dr. Luchalala. Gunther, Brock at Mania would be a good main event, said Jerry. The truth will come out in 3 weeks. By any means necessary. Seth says to Cody, I am the alpha. Will it just be one-on-one at Crown Jewel? So Cody says, out of those 3 matches, how many of those have you won? He gives him the microphone and walks away. And now he's got to walk through the vision. But you can see that Seth did not appreciate that line. The fans are chanting Cody. I think that segment was maybe a touch long. I think you could definitely take a little out, but there was a couple of nice bits in there, to be honest with you. Seth in the background tells the Vision to move away. Step aside. I mean, they do look like goons, don't they? Those 3. 2 of them in shades. There we go. Who do we think should win the match? I'd like to see Seth. I think it should be Seth. I think it should be Seth. I just don't know if he should win it clean or not. That's the only thing. Right. Jennifer said that had a couple of points, but it was brutal. Oh, what? You didn't like it at all? Glenn said it was a great segment. Let Him In said, I like Seth's bodyguards. Mayor Pete said that was perfect. No Braun beatdown to set up a main event tag. Tracy said it was not a bad segment. Penny for Your Thoughts said, I think Seth as well. WrestleRant said it was a decent segment. Glenn said, WWE always delivers, doesn't it? Always good, says Glenn. Okay, there is Jimmy. There's Jay, right? We're seeing Jay. Yeah, that was announced earlier. You're over here, busted. Oh, he's still upset with LA Knight. Oh, I think he's a bit upset with Jimmy as well. Okay, okay. We've got a lot to handle. I gotta say, this is a much better presentation for Jay. I find it a lot more interesting. It's very intriguing because you just really don't know what he's going to do. I really don't know what he's going to do. I feel like he may turn heel and he may turn on Jimmy, and it definitely feels like it's going that way. But then you hear reports that they're not looking to take it that way. So, I don't know. Are they just giving him a bit of an edge? Maybe it's just a bit of an edge, but I think it works a lot better. Very interested to know where that's going. And it's good as well that he's okay, of course. There was a lot of concern following Wrestlepalooza, so... Here's Grayson. We're going over to this Anything Goes match. Okay, Joel said, why are the Wyatts going after the Profits, who are not showing any chance of breakup, but the Usos are straight up arguing? Well, the Wyatts kind of over on SmackDown, aren't they? I don't think they're really interacting with the Usos at the moment. I don't really understand why they're going after the Profits now that the Profits have lost the titles. I understand them going after the Profits when the Profits were champions, but Bo popping up the other day as the Profits were kind of having a little, well, kind of reunion in a way. They were kind of having a bit of a, listen, you know, it's always going to be love between us. There wasn't really a need for Bo to pop up at that point. Because they're no longer champions. I don't really know why the Profits are still on the Wyatts' radar, but clearly there's a story that we're telling there. So we'll have to see as to where that goes. Ace said it's still kind of crazy adding Grayson, but this works. Mayor Pete said 6 great wrestlers in the ring. This should cook. It's going to be a good start to the show. Alex said, please give us a tag title match at Crown Jewel. Full Clip said, guess I'm going to have to look up what time the show starts each week. They can't keep a normal schedule. Oh, yeah, they started early, and it starts early again next week as well, I believe. So they're starting early at the moment because of the fact that I think they're trying to avoid the football. And I think they're just doing this as a bit of an experiment. Okay, I think we've gone to commercial break right now. Shane, shout out to you. George said it's weird to not get ads for Raw anymore due to a VPN. WrestleRants said the real question is, why did the Wyatts pop up in AAA? I'd love to get that answer. Oh, I think they're probably planting seeds for them to have a match next time. I'll be very surprised if they don't have a match at the next AAA WWE crossover show. I think it was probably seeds for that. So, Psycho Clown and Pagana against Wyatt 6. Apparently, they are looking at doing one more crossover. One more of those type Worlds Collide type shows. They are looking at doing that before the end of the year. Right, Jitters said, do we think Becky AJ at Crown Jewel? They could do it. My concern is AJ ready for a singles match? I mean, I think her cardio certainly is, and I think she could. So cardio-wise, I think she's good. I think there was a bit of ring rust in there. There was a couple of things that just looked a little bit off, but that's to be expected. But I don't know. I mean, if you do Becky AJ, you could probably try and keep it relatively short, a bit like Tiffany and Jade did at, was it Evolution? Where they kept it quite short, relatively short. Just have it like, 8-10 minutes. But I think you could probably do that. I don't know what the match quality would be like. I also don't know if AJ being Women's Intercontinental is a good idea, because she'd have to defend it then. And again, is she back up and running? I don't know if we're not moving too quick, so... It's hard to sit here as a fan and say they should do this, they should do that, because I think there's a big question around what can she do at the moment. How bad is the ring rust, and, can she get in there and do a singles match? You don't want her to get in there and look rubbish, do you? I don't. I don't want her to get in there and just really stink the place out. I mean, that could really hurt her momentum. If she needs a little bit longer of like being in a tag team or something like that first, or that's okay. I'm all right. There's no rush for me. So without having that information, I don't know. But she went long, obviously, in that match the other day. She did way more in that match than I was expecting. I know she was standing on the outside of the ring for a lot of it. I mean, don't forget, a lot of it was CM Punk going over, teasing the tag. So it was a lot of AJ just standing. But even when she did get tagged in, there was still a hell of a lot of match that followed. It wasn't like she was only in there for a few minutes. So it's probably a good sign that from a cardio conditioning point of view, she's not in a bad place. Okay, here's Penta. Daze, hola. Someone made a good point about the PLEs. The PLEs should be A shows. If WWE is number one, then every show should be ultimately good in effort, says Hannah. Hannah, hello. I both agree and just slightly disagree. I think WrestleMania is a special show. Clearly, it's WrestleMania. I think SummerSlam has kind of been seen as a bit of a mania of the summer. I think that Royal Rumble is obviously a show the fans absolutely love, and for many people, it's their favourite show of the year. Like, these are A shows. I don't really see how you could make Backlash an A show, if you will. I mean, Backlash is not going to be that kind of a size show, you know? So it's a B show as a result. The thing is, it's okay for it to be smaller and be in an arena and not have as big of a card and not be 2 days and not have the same sort of build. And it's okay. Like, we do so many shows, you're going to have those kinds of shows. But that it shouldn't mean that the shows are bad. I mean, no one thinks that Wrestlepalooza getting a 5.5 on Cage Match or getting a C rating from ESPN is acceptable. No one would make an argument that that's a good thing or a positive thing or how it should be. Like, it should be getting A's. It should be getting 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10. I mean, they should, every show, be striving to make it the best show they possibly can. Sadly, I think that was WWE trying to make it a great show and the best show they possibly could. Could they have put a few more surprises in there? Sure. But I think the thing is that you can't just judge a show on the amount of surprises. Like, really, the bread and butter of wrestling are the matches, and that is sort of out of Triple H's control. The match quality was too poor. And you can't massively blame Triple H for that. So I think the problems are bigger than just Triple H and bigger than just creative. I think general match quality in 2025 has been below what we would like to see. So, there's no excuse for the show being as underwhelming as what it was. But I think you will always have A and B shows. A shows are bigger shows. They have bigger builds. They're 2 days. They have, more meaningful matches. And then you've got your B shows like Backlash, like Wrestlepalooza. Right, we're underway, and it's a hot start, this, 6-person tag. No Mercy on Saturday so far has only got 4 matches announced, said Wrestling Fan. Hopefully we get 1 or 2 more. Right, on the outside, we've got Eric being thrown back in the ring. So we got the War Raiders and Penta. There is Ivar charging into the New Day. So it's New Day, all 6 members against the War Raiders and Penta. Penta going over against the ropes. And we've got the screen flickering away. So there we go. We've got... he actually jumped off the back of Eric so he could go over the top to the outsides. As I think we're going to commercial break again. Right. Jose said Penta has had an amazing year so far. Lots of screen time compared to other signings. I wonder whether WWE will push the button on the Lucha Bros or if they are waiting for Rey Fenix to gain popularity. Well, the streets were saying that they are going to look at the Lucha Bros. They just don't want to do it just yet. And I think part of the reason for that was because they've got a few more plans for Penta first. No, I don't think it's going to be too long, though. I don't think it's going to be too long at all. So I am expecting it to be a case that we get to the Lucha Bros relatively soon. And, they can use Penta's popularity to help build up Rey Fenix. Okay, right now we are, I believe, at commercial break, and we've just got loads happening on the outside of the ring. Edward said, Daze, how are you? Hope all is well. Dembele won the Ballon d'Or, but it should have been Salah. He finished third. He had the best season last year, says Edwards. Edward, shout out to you. Jitters said, I think the women's wrestling is definitely better. It just seems like they always step it up, especially when it comes to in-ring stuff. I'm intrigued by the Bailey character and also Kabuki Warriors, says Jitters. Grok said, Phoenix always gets a good pop from the crowds. Right, Fullbridge said, what if they have the New Day win the tag titles? They could do Lucha Bros versus New Day, maybe WrestleMania. Yeah, they could. Right, this is pretty wild. They've all got the big hats on, so all three of them have got those morning hats. And they were kendoing away. Right now, we've got the New Day in the ring with these giant hats on. It's quite the visual. And they were just using those kendo sticks, but they're taking a bit too long to gloat. Oh, dear. Those hats are now in the hands of Penta and the War Raiders. I don't even know if this is being seen, you know. Ah, now we're doing the walk. Is this during commercial break? I think it might be, you know. I mean, to be honest, this is some like live event house show type stuff. But there we go. Yeah, we were at commercial break. No. Mates, America just missed out on that moment. No. Guys, that was like the best moment from this year's Raw. They were all in the ring with their fun hats on. And they've took them off and chucked them out the ring. I'm really surprised that they didn't do that during the show, really. I wonder if that was the spot they wanted to do and they were told they couldn't, because this is meant to be like a bit of a street fight. So they've just said, well, we'll do it during the commercial break then if we can. Yeah, you know those giant hats that Xavier had one a few weeks back? There was 3. They were all wearing one with... it sounds like I'm making it up. It sounds like I'm lying. Kofi goes through a table. Okay, right now we've got the War Raiders. Knee to the midsection on Grayson. Grayson down on his knees at the moment. Kick coming in there to the back. New Day getting back into the match. Climbing up, looking for a superplex. Oh, this is going to be really good, actually. They're going to suplex Oh, swing and a miss. Headbutt there by Eric. Down goes Grayson. Oh, that was a shame. They were going to suplex Ivar, and Grayson was ready with a kendo stick. But double power bomb there by Eric. Xavier and Kofi down. Grayson and Eric to the outsides. Here's Big Ivar. New Day a little bit out of position. He's going to have to kind of... No, he's going to moonsault it. The big man. Oh, they move out the way. The big man with a big moonsault. But they move out the way. Sent on there by Kofi. I tell you what, as matches go, this has been all action. It's been caught. Ivar has caught Grayson at the moment. Shots cut. Ah, mate. Slamming Grayson down. Kendo stick back in action now with Xavier. Gets caught, slammed on the edge of the ring, the hardest part of the ring. Oof. Penta chants. I was trying to hear what they were chanting, and it was a penta chant. Penta, penta, penta. Penta almost in that table. Whoa! Big throw! Big spot! That was great by Penta. Kind of like a belly to belly, but he hurls Kofi into that table. That was great. Bang, kendo stick by Grayson. We run this. Right now, we've got Grayson up with Penta in the corner. Elbows coming in there by Penta. He is, but maybe, what is he going for here? Big spot here by Penta. He's going for the, whoa, massive Mexican destroyer. Massive. 1, 2, 3, an extra disrespect by turning Grayson's heads. Referee just checking on Grayson, and you know that's going to be a big feature, a big talking point going forward. But a Mexican destroyer from the... And straight away, Grayson grabs his neck. Straight away, he grabs his neck. A Mexican destroyer off the corner. Absolutely huge. This was sick. Look at this. Look at this. That was sick. And this was sick. Oh, so good. I'm so pleased that was a finish as well. And that he didn't like kick out of it or something. Wow. What a victory. Very good. Right, let's get match scores up, shall we? I thought that was enjoyable. Honestly, I'd have took that at Wrestlepalooza. I'd have took that at Wrestlepalooza. In the background, we've got Dominic against William Regal. Okay, Dominic's upset. He's a bit worried. Last week, we all said some things we regret. Got a picture of Liv on the wall. Finn is gaming, so he can't help Dirty Dom. He's calling JD over. I knew he wouldn't help. Okay, Dom needs some help here. Dom asking for help, and don't do it for me. Do it for the Judgment Day. Bit of arguing, bickering. Okay, so it's going to be JD versus Rusev, and he is not thrilled about it. Okay, there's Lyra. Here's Bailey. Bailey's wearing a AJ Lee husband jacket. Bailey wearing AJ Lee's husband jacket is fun, isn't it? It was good to see you again, says Bailey. Bailey wants to know if Lyra will be in her corner tonight. You're kind of weird. I don't know what's going on with you. Bailey's like, it would mean everything to me if you would be out there. Yeah, I'm actually here for this story. No takebacks. Yeah, I'm here for this. I'm all right with that. There's Stephanie. I don't even mind the Dominic, Rusev, JD stuff. That's a story. I'm here for that. I'm here for Bailey and Lyra. I'm here for that. Stephanie coming out next. Stephanie the Queen, says Mayor Pete. Dominic the writer said Bailey is actually fire. Okay, we've got Heyman with Byron. This is during our commercial break. You raised a lot of eyebrows this past Saturday night. Here we go. We're trying to find out if he has re-established his relationship with Brock. Yes. At Crown Jewel, Seth will defeat Cody. That wasn't the question. That was not the question. Cut him off, Byron. Be a journalist. Go back to the original question. Okay, so Heyman just putting over Seth. Byron, you don't have to give him the microphone. Cut him off. We're not getting an answer here, are we? Benny said, what type of booking is better, 50-50 or 99-1? Well, both have got their pros and both have got their cons, haven't they? I mean, you wouldn't just want to do one. So you have to, you have to include both. Okay, that's not a spoiler. It's a prophecy. It's not a spoiler. It's a prophecy. Okay, we've gone back to the show. We didn't really get much out of that. Jeremy said Bayley wore AJ's shirt last week. Isn't a story there? I don't know that there's a story there. I mean, there is a love that Bayley has for AJ. I mean, AJ wore I'm a Hugger shirt back in 2015, and they had a little moment down in NXT where, Bayley, I think, was massively inspired by AJ. So I think this is actually a really big moment for Bayley. I think she just loves AJ. I don't know that we're kind of teasing a future match, but I'll be shocked if we never get one. I think we will get one. I think they will work a program together. But at the moment, I'm not sure that it's giving us that. I think it might just more be Bayley sharing her excitement that AJ is back, and that being genuine excitement. Okay, here comes Stephanie. Now, I'm expecting Rhea to make her presence felt because Rhea was very, very clear she wants next. So I'm thinking that we do get Rhea. Stephanie coming out not in wrestling attire. Dormouse, shout out to you. She said, shout out everyone. Much love and respects. All right, there's going to be a Wrestlepalooza vlog. There's going to be a Wrestlepalooza vlog that goes up. Wade Barrett said, we've only just scratched the surface when it comes to Stephanie, and that is very true. She really has not been on the main roster long, but she's not even been in WWE that long. And here she finds herself one of the two world champions. She will be going to Crown Jewel to take on Tiffany. Maybe Tiffany interrupts. I mean, we did do the Seth build earlier, so perhaps we get Tiffany coming out. They said first South American WWE champion in history, says Alan. Congratulations. I worked for it. I sacrificed for it. I beat one of the best on the planet. All right, she said I had the best example, my hero, my dad. They're showing her dad so much. It sort of feels like he's going to get murked. Okay, her English is okay, actually. They're showing her dad as much as we saw Tyrese on Saturday, said Dr. Luchalala. Thank you. Okay. So the crowd were chanting, you deserve it. We are in the Primera era. Nobody can stop me. Nobody can stop me. Okay. So the winner of the triple threat on Friday will face Stephanie. Okay. No one is interrupted. Pyro going off as, again, they're really making a big deal out of her. Really making a big deal. No one came out. She had all that spotlight. Joe Testor said, didn't she ever earn it? Joe is a fan. He is a signed up fan. He is a fanboy. Adam Pearce applauding away. Stephanie in the ring, holding up that championship. Smile on her face as we cut away from that segment. Jess said she's got a subtle confidence and I flipping love her. Sis said, I appreciate Stephanie's effort to improve her English. It's not easy, so respect. She had better hold that belt for at least a year, said Be Serious. Brian said she's the present and the future of the women's division. Mayor Pete said the show is tracking at about an 8+ if they keep throwing out dub segments like this. Wrestler Andy said Stephanie's dad versus Booker T at Mania. Oh, I'd imagine he's okay with Booker T, isn't he? I mean, Booker T massively, I would say, helped build Stephanie and her aura. Although we might just have a word with him. I'm watching you, yeah? Okay, we've just got a John Cena segment right now. So that is our one done. I think she's doing great, says Metal Mama. English isn't everyone's first language, and I think she speaks better English than most Americans. Lol. LFG, Stephanie. Ace said Stephanie versus Jade would do numbers. Jeremy said Tiffy definitely not losing Friday. Shane said Liv won the last Crown Jewel Championship, and Iggy said that was a good segment. Jennifer said Stephanie's dad versus Lola Vice's dad. Yeah, Battle of the Dads. Oh my god, we should have a dad battle royal. Get John Cena's dad in there as well. Oh, there is Nikki Bella. We could have Ray in there because he's Dominic's dad. There's Rhea. Big cheer for Rhea. Mommy, I'm ready. Ah, now this is what I want to see. Here's Asuka. You don't deserve to be a champion. Actually, shut up, Nikki. If Asuka says she doesn't deserve it, she doesn't deserve it. Ah. I'm sick and tired of your actions, of your attitudes. I'm sick of you. I am ready, says Rhea. Tonight. Ah, Kyrie. They're so over dramatic when Asuka calls her. But you do wait. I wait for it. For me, as soon as I see that as a set, I'm like, oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be good. Right. Oh my God. Bailey's got I'm a role model shirt on as well. Look at that in the hugger style. Oh, God. I tell you, there is some really intriguing things going on at the moment on Raw. Obviously, Stephanie being a new champion, Asuka not liking it, Rhea getting in Asuka's face. That match might be going down tonight. Seems like it is. We got this Bailey situation as well. Obviously, the Open with Cody and Seth had some really interesting lines in there. We don't know what Heyman's doing with Brock. Judgment Day seem to have issues. No one wants to help Dom. There is a lot going on at the moment. I'm here for it. I'm here for Bailey. Oh my God. She's ripping her clothes off. I'm here for that as well. Guys, you miss everything during the commercial breaks. If you go to commercial break, you're missing everything at the moment. I didn't expect her to get up on the top and just start ripping off her shirt, a la Hulk Hogan. Alex said, I like this gear from Bailey. It's something different. Well, she's all fired up. Lyra on the outside of the ring. She's come down. She's accompanied Bailey. Bailey is all smiles. That's not going to last, of course. Okay, we want knees. We want knees. We want knees. Yes. Bailey has jumped out the ring. She has seen a sign that says a hug. That's great. There's a sign there that says, Bailey, please hug my idiot husband. And she did. Wade wants a hug. Bailey gives a hug to Joe. Bailey has never once hugged me. Bailey is getting on a chair. Ah, there it is. It's like Hogan and Macho Man. Bailey gives Wade a hug during the commercial break. I'm feeling emotions I've never felt in my life, says Wade. That was good. Okay, here we go. Judgment Day. Out comes Lyra. I miss not having ads on Raw. Netflix did me dirty, said David. Okay, here's Roxanne. I've seen a lot of people saying how sensual and sexual this open is. With Roxanne kind of staring at the camera. People getting all hot and bothered. Smile on the face of Roxanne as she makes her way down to the ring then. This should be a really fun match. We need to get the match score recorded, don't we, for our opening match. WWE hates American fans, said Sis. Forced to watch ads and pay for 4 subscriptions to watch all their shows. Okay, Roxanne in the ring. Okay, Wrestle Danny said, Daze, do we think we could get slightly less choreographed entrances? Everything is just 100% the same entrance. Well, you know, wrestling, you know, as well as anyone. I mean, we see a lot of evolution and change as times go by. I mean, this is just where wrestling is right now. As we continue to move forward, it might fall out of favor. But that doesn't appear to be changing anytime soon. Okay, we've just got a video package from last week. So you lot really enjoyed that opening match. You scored it great 65. We're just seeing Bailey going off on Lyra last week. Bailey versus Roxanne. And of course, Bailey's going to go off on Roxanne at some point here. Surely that's the whole point in her being at ringside. But hopefully we can have a fun match. Okay, Bailey going over to the corner. Oh. There we go. The graphic popped up. It is going to be Rhea Asuka tonight. Rhea Ripley versus Asuka. That's the main event tonight. I got Bailey winning, says Garrett. Brony said, I think this show has been really solid. I agree. Do you know, we have sensed the show's getting better in recent weeks. And it is great to see that has seemingly continued. Let's focus back on the match, says Wade. Roxy seems like a nice kid, said William. Not sure me dirtying up in my mind's eye needs to happen. Kick out there by Roxanne. She rolls to the edge of the ring. Bailey goes after her, grabs her. Jess, the referee for this one. Lyra on the outside, as is Raquel. Bailey going round after Roxanne. Roxanne going round the ring. Bailey is going to go, lovely, vintage, but oh, well scouted by Roxanne, who drives Bailey into the barricades. That's okay. That's okay. Back in the ring goes Roxanne. She grabs Bailey. Bailey, though, managing to get a suplex on Roxanne. Roxanne in the corner as Bailey charges in, drives her shoulder to the midsection. Shot coming in there by Bailey. Right, they will be coming after Bailey with the white coats, says Retro Gaming. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely going to have that turn, isn't she, in a moment? Kick coming in. There was a slight distraction there. Right now, Bailey in a bit of trouble. Kick's coming in. Roxanne is... What's she going for? I don't even know what she's going for. She's standing on the knee of Bailey. Yeah, you don't really see that too often. Bailey is actually upside down, caught on the ropes. And Roxanne comes jumping down. Lands on the leg of Bailey. Let's go, Bailey is the chant by the fans. As are we going commercial break? Coming back from commercial break? Right, Roxy has been doing a solid job on the main roster, even without a title, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Commercial. Okay, have we just gone? Yeah, we've just gone to commercial. Match will likely slow down a bit now. Right, Daze. Roxanne can call me Daddy Opala, said Opala's Hobbies. And Wrestle Rant said, Asuka and Kyrie, no, everyone waits for that moment and they play into it well. LS Dub said, I can't praise Raw's women's division enough. It feels alive and kinetic. There are several logical directions that all intersect and weave together. Really one of the best parts of the product. Shot coming in there by Raquel Rodriguez getting involved. Penny for your thoughts said, I've had enough of these commercials. It's getting absolutely ridiculous. Does EO come out for the main event, said Jeremy. Well, yes, I think she absolutely could if Asuka maybe loses the match and then starts attacking Rhea after, and perhaps she Kyrie doesn't know whether to get in or not. That could bring down EO. So, absolutely. Doesn't feel like EO's going to be around the title. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we're going to do maybe EO and Rhea against Asuka and Kyrie. I think Kyrie just doesn't really know where she stands, you know? She just doesn't really know until... she just doesn't really know, like, whether to stand with Asuka or not. So, yeah, I think there are a few different directions that we can take this story, and most of them are quite exciting. Johnny said, Daze, I don't want to watch Raw. They didn't tell me they were starting at a special time, so I've turned it on. What time does it come on? I've already missed a match. Yeah, it starts an hour earlier at the moment. I think it does next week as well. The reason for that is because they're trying to avoid Monday Night Football a little bit. I don't know if this is going to be seen as a success or not. Whether it'll be a permanent change, but now the football's back, I think they are just trying to get a little bit out the way of football. I don't know that it's going to work. Kick coming in there by Bailey. Have Julia join the Kabuki Warriors because at least she's got something to do than just being on SmackDown, said Cleveland Brown. Made by Dawn said big LFG match. Roxy and her boyfriend against Maxine and her boyfriend. Right now we got Bailey. Elbow drop, down goes Roxanne. So back from commercial break. This is, I think this is only our second match on the show. We're an hour and about 15 minutes in. I feel like we've had a fair few things go down on this show so far. I think it is going to be very well received. Right now we got Bailey going up. We got a shot coming in there by Roxanne. Trini says, I used to like short guys, but I did beauty pageants as a teen, and some short guys didn't like me. I think it was the 6-inch heels, so I stopped liking them. Just a glimpse into Trini's world there. Double knees to the back of the head there by Roxanne. Going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Connor said, do we think that Bailey will go to being a heel or something? Well, I think she's got this kind of split personality, doesn't she? She seems to be flicking between the two. I would play with that for a bit because, you know, there's not loads of occasions where you go in the middle. Normally you're a face or a heel. I mean, we have had tweeners in the past. It's not something we've never done. But, you know, by and large, you're normally a face or a heel. So Bailey kind of flicking between the two and having a bit of a split personality thing. I think there's quite a bit you could explore with that. So, you know, it could be that she turns heel on Lyra, but then the next week she's fine, as we've been seeing, and we could just keep doing that for a little bit. Lyra on the outsides, trying to get the crowd behind Bailey. Do I have some jam on toast, said Alan. Yes, Alan. I don't even know why you're waiting. If there is an option for jam on toast, you take that option every single time. Through the ropes, Roxanne tries to go, but she gets caught by Bailey. Bailey grabbing Roxanne. Kick to the midsection there by Roxanne. Looking for Pop Rocks. Gets it! Wow. I was not expecting a Pop Rocks. I was not expecting a Pop Rocks on the outside of the ring. But that is exactly what we got. That is exactly what we got. The count is coming in. Bailey gets back in the ring, breaks the count. Roxanne looks livid at that as. Right now we got Raquel. Big boob. Right in the boob, mate. Right in the boob. I'm not a big fan of Lyra Valkyria's top because it looks like someone has, like, there's been a tragedy and people have left bows to like remember them. And that's what I keep thinking when I look at her top. Oh, mate, that was a hell of a crossbody there by Roxanne. Shots raining down by Roxanne. Lyra down. Roxanne is a bit close. Oh, we've got this going on. We've got that going on. Oh, she's snapped. Bayley snaps. Yeah, it's interesting. Bayley could, like, snap and take the anger out on heels. Spins around. Bayley to belly. Boom! Bayley against the ropes. Big boot. Mate, she's just murking Roxanne. Rose Plant gets it. That's going to do it. Roxanne, thanks for coming. Snooze, you lose. So there we go. Bayley flips. And it is a victory. It is a win. I don't know what this is, but Pam gets the job done. I don't know where Lyra is. Is Lyra still... Oh, there's Lyra. Okay, this could be interesting. Lyra comes over to Bayley. Is Bayley going to snap at Lyra? Might be best, Lyra, if you just applaud and leave. Yeah, there we go. Dude, didn't you see that she flipped? Didn't you... Oh, my God, Lyra! Lyra gets pushed down! You think you can touch me? With your stupid-ass outfit. It is a stupid outfit! Stupid outfit! Stupid outfit! I agree. Me and Bayley are on the same page. Me and Bayley are basically the same person. Bayley walks away. Lyra is confused. I don't know why Lyra's so confused. If she just watched the shows back, she would get a much better idea as to what's going on. Okay, there's Cody. Big Jim. Big Jim. We didn't win, but I'm good, says Big Jim. How's your brother? Oh, you know him. Maybe he'll listen to you. Ooh, maybe you won't. Okay, Cody said, I'll talk to Jay. Okay, Cody's going to go and talk to Jay. That's going to be interesting. This is so interesting. There are so... Why didn't we just put this on Saturday? Why didn't we just... We could have just aired this episode. It would have been, you know, if we want to show people what we do, this is what we do, and it's good. Okay, JD making his way down. Poor JD's got to have a match with Rusev right now. Okay. You lot really enjoyed that match as well. That gets a really high score. Great 56. So we've only had 2 matches so far, but both of them delivering for you guys. And of course, I think everyone's been interested in the backstage stuff as well, so. Lovely. Retro Gamer said, we got Raw and Wrestlepalooza scripts the wrong way round. True. Connor said, Daze, Bayley-Lyra match will be interesting. If Bayley and Lyra do have a match, oh, I'm sure it's building to that. I'm sure we will get there. I'm sure we will get there. Okay, Dominic has come down with JD, of course. Brony said, Daze, they seem to be telling a story about Jay not listening to anyone, and I think this sets up how Roman will return. And when he does, Well, he was on the phone last week, wasn't he, to someone, and we don't know who, so I am wondering if he will be on the phone again. I could believe that he'll be on the phone. Dr. Luchalala said, I was pretty disappointed on Saturday after the show. It was underwhelming, but I'm feeling much better after tonight's show. I actually think a lot of people are going to feel that way, buds. I think a lot of people are going to feel that way. Perhaps, like, it's the pressure of having to perform. You know, perhaps WWE are fantastic on dates. If WWE was a guy taking a girl out on a date, they would be so good. So good. And that's what this is. It's a bit like a date. And they're really impressive. But the thing is, at some point, you've got to take the girl home. And you got to perform on Saturday night. Do you know what I mean? You got to seal the deal. And I just don't think WWE could get it up. I just really think they struggled. WWE needed some blue chew. That's what WWE needed on Saturday night. So when it comes to dates, we're really good. When it comes to the big final dance, it's a little bit underwhelming. But that's okay, because, you know, we're past that now. We're back on date number 2, and it's going very well. But hopefully they can, like, learn some lessons so that Crown Jewel can be a better performance. That's my title, said Rusev. Give me back my IC title. LB said it feels like Triple H has gotten bored with Jacob, but I hope I'm wrong. I only watch clips from Wrestlepalooza. It looked okay to me, said Scottish Nightmare. I think that was probably the right way to watch Wrestlepalooza. I think watching clips was the best way of watching Wrestlepalooza. You did it correct. Okay, Rusev has made his way down, shouting, "Give me my title," as he entered. We're back, said Ace. We are back. Daze, I think when Bianca returns, said Brony, she should be the one to dethrone Tiffy. If Tiffy is still champion, then they can start a story with Jade and Bianca. Here's Jay. He wasn't on the phone. Here's Cody and Jay. Here we go. He seems worried about you. Jimmy seems worried. Big Jim's always tripping. Yeah. Cody says, I've been there. This is the good stuff. The point. You've got your family. You've got your fans. Oh, he's looking at the belt, mate. Is he looking at the belt? Did he just look at the belt? I feel like he just had a little look down as Cody was talking. Did he have a little glance at the belt there? Maybe I'm just reading a bit too much into it. I think he did, you know. I think he did. That's okay. It's okay to want a WWE championship. It's just, how's he going to go about it? He did stare 2 or 3 times, said Corey. Well, that's okay. As long as he doesn't jump Cody for it. Are we going to get Jay Cody for a match in the future, says Connor. Well, it does feel like seeds are being planted. Jeremy said he definitely looked at the belt. I mean, to be honest, if Cody came into the locker room and spoke to me and put the belt down there, I'd probably have a little look at it as well. I mean, it is the top prize. So, you know, what's he meant to do? Like... Yeah, no, everything's all right, Cody. So let's not jump to conclusions. Just because he looked at it doesn't mean he's a bad person. Some of you buy replicas of it. You're not bad people. Yeah, the streets are saying it, aren't they? The streets are saying it. It's right there. I've changed my mind. He's turning. Yeah, he's turning. He's not looking at his friend. He's looking at a championship. We've lost him. Jay Uso heads. We've lost our guy. It's over. He's become corrupted. Okay, Rusev with JD. JD lands on his feet. David said, could this be Jay and Roman getting back together? But just the two of them. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Against the rope. Stuck underneath there by JD. Oh, mate. JD. Air JD we just had. Air bobblehead. Oh. Jay turning into Roman. This is how the story progresses, says Mayor Pete. Dog Pound said Jay wants the title so bad he could just go to WWE Shop Zone. And Buy One said Dog Pound. Dog Pound, I can tell that you're an OG fan. Right now, he could. You're right. Right now, we've got Rusev. Bang! JD going into the barricades. Into the... Oh, no, over the ring steps, but he jumps over. Rusev going into the ring steps. Right now, we got JD. Ugh. Booted Rusev in the back quite hard there. Oh, another kick coming in. On the shoulders. What's he going to do with him? No, reverse Rusev into that ring post. Into the ring post. G Doggy Dog said Rusev needs to find another meaty man so that they can form Natural Disasters too. Going up. Oh, look at that. Lovely. Springboard moonsault there by JD. Lovely. Arms out. Picture perfect that as well, wasn't it? As we go to commercial break. Yeah. Commercial. Let's go. Rightful Bridge said, how long do you think you would last in a wrestling match against Rusev? I don't think I'd be in a wrestling match against Rusev. No, to be honest. I mean, there would be a lot of running away. I'm sure he'd be able to catch up with me eventually. But, I don't know. Depends how long he wants it to last. If he wants to torture me, he might want it to last an hour, mightn't he? I'd just be in there tapping. Like, ref, look, I've given up. And the ref would be like, he hasn't even done anything to you. And I'm like, I know. Look, I'm tapping. I am a man built for watching and eating hot dogs. I know my place in this world. Kick coming in there by JD. Poppy Croc said, ads. Rob said, don't run from him. He'll just be angrier when he catches you. No, Rob, you're thinking of grizzly bears. I don't know if that works with Rusevs. I don't know. I don't know the rule. If ever you're confronted by a Rusev, if you're meant to run, or sometimes like you have to make yourself bigger and it can scare off certain animals. I don't know if that works with Rusevs. So it's hard to know, innit? I saw a video actually earlier when it comes to grizzly bears. Apparently you have to sort of back away quite slowly from a grizzly bear. Like if you run, they just chase you and they will catch you and I will find you. and I will kill you. That is the grizzly bear. Instead, you have to sort of like back away a little bit. The other thing they said is if it still comes after you, lie down on the ground. Because apparently they get bored very quickly. So lie on the ground and just play dead. But wouldn't they eat you? If they think you're dead, wouldn't they then start eating you? You're screwed, aren't you? I don't think there's much you can do against a grizzly bear. And I don't think there's much you can do against a Rusev. Shot coming into the midsection. I tell you what, JD's giving it a good go, though. I mean, he's getting absolutely murked, and he's got marks all over his body, but he's giving it a damn good go. Right now, we have got Rusev over in the corner. We're back from commercial break. If it's a black attack, if it's a brown, then lay down. Oh, if it's a black bear attack. If it's a black bear attack. Yeah, I did hear this, actually. Yes, that does ring a bell. And if it's a brown bear, lay down. What if it's one of those sexual bears? You know, like where there's like a big guy and they're known as bears. What do you do in that situation? Yeah, that was lovely chin breaker there. Rusev, middle of the ring. If it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, flush it down, says Rob. We've got some great rhymes. Lovely work there by JD. Tony Khan has got the best cocaine beside Trump, says No Name. Right now, JD coming in. Big knee. Bishop said, whatever you do, don't give a bear cocaine. It's good advice. If ever I find myself being confronted by a bear, I will remember that. JD going over and getting caught by Rusev. A couple of shots to the midsection. Big right hand going upstairs. Round the houses. Whoa, tornado DDT. Okay, right now we have got Rusev getting back up to his feet. JD with a big headbutt. A bobble headbutt. Right now we got JD climbing up, looking for a moonsault. Prettiest moonsault. Oh, mate, he does that better than Tiffany Stratton. Tiffany Stratton should legally not be allowed to say she's got the prettiest moonsault. JD's is so much better. Mate, look at it. Look at it. I love how he puts his arms out like Jesus. Jesus did that. Jesus used to put his arms out whenever he did a moonsault. Forearm shot coming in. Mayor Pete said a cocaine bear equals Tony Khan's university nickname. Oh, I could believe that. I could believe that. Especially if he was a little bit bigger at university. I don't know if he qualifies as a bear in his current form. But if he had a bit more timber on him, maybe. So, Mayor Pete, thank you. Joe said it's the headiest moonsault ever. Perhaps that's the secret. Perhaps his head really gives him that extra momentum. Okay, here's Rusev. He's going for the kill. Don't turn around. Coming in. The Mashka kick. The Mashka kick connects. That's going to set up the accolades. And there it is. Accolade is in. Accolade is in. Oh, Dirty Dom is trying to get in the ring. Dom. Dom is... and he's just let him tap. Should Dom have got in there and done something? Finn Balor has. Balor has. Finn Balor has. Mate, I'm down for Balor, Rusev. Balor having a word with Dirty Dom because Dirty Dom hesitated. Clothesline there by Balor. Yeah, let's get moving on this Judgment Day split. Let's get moving. Let's stop teasing it. Balor jumps to the outsides. How many times I got to tell you? You're supposed to help. Oh, there's lots of arguing going on. This match has been about furthering a story more than the match itself, but the match itself was okay. It was okay. Okay, we're backstage. There's Asuka. Here's EO. The match is happening. I need to teach Rhea respect. Oh, I don't want advice from someone that lost. It's true. Kyrie. Here we go. We're going to get another Kyrie moment. Ask us why we're here. We must listen. We must listen. Kyrie actually fell down on the floor that time. Asuka is why we're here. We must listen. Kyrie actually went down on the ground. Okay, here's LA Knight. With Jackie, actually. Kyrie talking to EO is good character development. It's another dub, says Mayor Pete. Scottish Chris said, Daze, would you let Roxanne pop rocks you? Why would I want that? I don't see that being a sexy thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, we've all got our kinks, but I don't really understand how getting pop rocked by Roxanne is doing anything good for me. Okay, we got LA Knights. My man, I do not want to hurt you, but I damn sure will. With everybody saying LA Knight, yeah. Okay, well, there we go. LA Knight. Brony said, Daze, this might be the best Raw of the year, but that is a very low bar. It is a really fun show, yes. Yes. Do you know, just lots of story, lots of backstage segments, lots of intrigue, lots of things where we want to know where they're going. Wrestling is very, very simple. It just becomes harder doing it week after week after week after week after week after week. With injuries, people getting, released, or people having illnesses, or people underperforming. I mean, don't forget, people can rock up and sort of drop the ball. And that can happen. And there's lots of ways that shows can get sort of derailed. I don't think WWE have helped themselves in 2025, but they've put together a really interesting show here. A show that's got lots of backstage moments, lots of intrigue, lots of efforts. I feel like creative have been creative. And I really can't say that for every episode this year. So I hope this gets a lot of praise. I mean, obviously, we need to know how they're going to stick the landing. We've still got 50 minutes to go. But I hope this gets a lot of praise. There's a lot of very loud frustration following Wrestlepalooza. Hopefully, there's going to be a lot of positivity following this Raw. Oh, my God. You see that person? Jay just touched their hand and very excited. Jay making his way down. He's going to be taking on LA Knight. Yeah. Jay is still a face and he is still loved. Giving him an edge and being more serious was much needed, said Brony. Now, Pete said the only thing that would turn this 9 would be if Carrion showed up with the Righteous. Yeah, they did get back together the other day, didn't they? They were at, like, Defy, I think it was. The Black Air Forces means it's crash out time, said David. This show is good, by the way. Maggie, shout out to you. Brian said, we've had actual drama and storytelling tonight, not just match after match. Someone must have had a little word with Trips. Or maybe Trips is tied up in a cupboard. Perhaps Trips is in a cupboard like this or tied up. And backstage we got Shawn Michaels going, I don't know where he is. I don't know where he is, but I'll give this my best go. Right, Jay in the ring. Joseph said, with Rikishi always criticising his kid's run, would we ever see Big Daddy come back? Yeah, I don't think that's a door that's closed, but I do think there's been many opportunities to bring him back and we've not done it. So it does kind of get to the point where you're like, I don't know, man. I mean, you would have thought he would have been a part of Jimmy versus Jay. Jay in the ring. Celebrating with the crowds. It's a good match, actually, because this has had quite a build. Like, it makes sense to do this match. Crowd are chanting one more time again. Jay looking out at the fans as the fans are chanting one more time. One more time. Main event Jay is now in your city, said AB. One Mark said the audio is glitching. I think that's a YouTube issue, but I genuinely don't have any dropped frames or any audio issues, so I think it's a YouTube problem. Try refreshing, it might fix it. Corey said reset the stream if the sound goes in and out. Yeah, what you have to do, bud, is you have to make sure that you're subscribed and you have to leave a like on the stream. Hit refresh and apparently that fixes it. That does it, apparently. Fixes the audio problems. Jay said just the refresh works. Yeah, no, I've not heard that, Jay. I've heard that you do have to subscribe and leave a like, because apparently that does it. It's just a known YouTube problem, that's all. Just a known YouTube glitch. Django said, I refreshed and it's worked. Yeah, but you would have left a like as well, wouldn't you, buds? I know you, Django. You wouldn't have just refreshed. You would have left a like as well, wouldn't you? Right, we are back from commercial break. There was ticket prices doing the rounds earlier. Like how much it costs to sit in the different sections at WrestleMania. And I think the cheapest was like the $800 range. I'm not even surprised these days, to be honest. Jay in the ring. Buffalo Daze said LA Knight needs to turn heel and go back to his the Trump gimmick from the Indies. I don't know that gimmick. Mario said, I've had no issues since I subscribed and hit the like button. Mario Paul, thank you. Thank you. There'll be a lot of haters out there thinking I'm only asking for it for, you know, for the benefit of the channel rather than the benefit of the viewer. But I'm pleased to hear you backing me up there. So, Mario Bell, shout out to you. Welcome here anytime, bud. Right. Retro Gamer said WrestleMania next year should have the same theme as WrestleMania 9, just everyone in togas. Do we need to see Michael Cole in a toga? Is that what you want? Retro Gamer, is that what you're asking for? You're asking to see Michael Cole in a toga. Oh, wow. Jay jumps the bell. Okay. So, shots coming in there by Jay. So, LA Knight has not took his jacket off. That's not a very friendly thing to do. Hasn't even allowed him to take his jacket off yet. Okay, against the ropes goes LA Knight over the other side. Jay, bang, LA Knight goes down. Keegan said, please and thank you. David said, LA Knight will always be Max Dupree to me. He will to all of us. Bang, kick coming in there by Jay. LA Knight behind the 8 ball at the moment. Bang, in the corner goes LA Knight. Net breaker, yep. Jay down. It is a much better presentation, this, for Jay, you know. Kick coming into the midsection. BFT, no joy. Against the ropes goes LA Knight. Jay charges in over the top to the outsides. LA Knight in the ring, going over. Against the ropes. Through the ropes as Jay moves out the way. Big clothesline. Goddamn, took his head off. Goddamn, took his head off. Sportskeeda said it's Yeet versus Yeah. That's the showdown we've got right now. Yeet versus Yeah. Okay, we've gone to commercial break. Right. I hope Jay's cut doesn't start bleeding again, said Retro Gamer. Well, same. I don't know how they've covered it up. I don't know if it was like butterfly stitches or whatever, but fair play to him. Just 48 hours later, having another match after that shot to the head. Clearly, the concussion checks came back as being all okay, but LA Knight grabbing a hold of Jay. He was really knocked silly, wasn't he? That footage of him after is quite concerning, actually. I mean, he really needs help getting to the back. I don't think he was selling it. I don't think he was selling it. I think he was legitimately knocked silly. LA Knight goes into the barricade. Jay goes down as well. Connor said, who do we think wins the main event tonight? I think it's probably going to be Rhea. I would like for it to be Asuka. I do worry that WWE has sort of mentally moved on from Asuka. I think they sort of see her as someone that can contribute, someone that can, you know, be a good victory for people. You know, you beat Asuka, that's noteworthy. You know, if Stephanie faces Asuka and gets a win against Asuka, that's good for Stephanie. I think they see her that way more so than Asuka being actually part of the mix, like someone that will be a champion, a world champion again. She might get the odd title. She might get a world title. There might be a time where there's an opportunity for her to get her hands on a world title. But I just don't know that they quite view her as that sort of Rhea, Liv, Stephanie level now. I think she's slipped down the pecking order. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really go in. That Asuka of old that would just murk people, go in and just get wins and not need to cheat and all of that. I just don't know that Asuka's there now. I think if she wins, it'll be due to shenanigans. But to be honest, Rhea is the top kind of female. And I could see Rhea getting the win. And then Asuka, an upset Asuka attacking after Io coming down, making the save, and us getting a little showdown between Asuka and Io to wrap this episode up. Could definitely see something along those lines. Okay, we are at commercial break. Daze, who are the early Rumble winner picks? Well, it's hard, isn't it? Because we don't actually know who the champs are going to be, but I do think Sammy has got to be in the mix. He's got to be in the conversation. In regards to the women, who are the champs going to be? I mean, I think you look at like maybe a Lyra, maybe a Roxanne, maybe, I mean, you could have said a Stephanie, but she's just gone and got the belt. I mean, it could be a Liv. I mean, Liv could come back, win the Rumble. She's always got close. But maybe you bring her back and just give her that win at the Rumble and set her up for a big 2026. So I think there's lots in the running, honestly. I don't think it'd be Alexa or Charlotte. I'm not thinking it'll be any of those. But I do think that Liv stands a chance. I do think Lyra stands a chance. Charlotte coming back. You might even make an argument for Roxanne, as we said. LA Knight is coming back in this match now. Maybe AJ, said Wrestle Andy. Maybe. Yeah, good shout. Maybe. Over against the ropes. I think she'll definitely be at Mania. She doesn't have a Royal Rumble win to her name, so yeah, I think that's a good shout. 1, 2, shoulder up. Connor said, every time Asuka walks off and Kairi keeps talking to people, why does Asuka always shout for Kairi all the time? Kairi isn't happy or something. That's the bit, isn't it? That's the joke, if you will. They're showing that Asuka is the one that's in control and that Kairi has to go and just do whatever Asuka says. Big kick coming in there by LA Knight. Roll up there by Jay, grabbing a handful of tights. And, whoa, went for a net breaker, but nicely defended there by Jay. Yeah, against the ropes, Jay. Suicide dive, lands into LA Knight. LA Knight over against the side of the barricades. Back in the ring. Super kick coming in. Super kick connects. 1, 2. No joy. Shoulder up there by LA Knight. I would rather wait 3 months for Roman and get quality over Shiz on a weekly basis, said Maggie. At least Roman doesn't disappoint when he returns. LA Knight chance. Right now, LA Knight is up in the corner. Jay, big boot coming in there by LA Knight. And a DDT. So, DDT there by LA Knight. Gets back up on his feet. Jay still down. LA Knight climbing up. LA Knight, yeah. Top elbow. Oh, missed. Missed with that elbow. Okay, here we go. Oh, we've got outside interference. We got the vision. Through the ropes goes LA. Down goes Braun. LA Knight trying to get back in the ring. Oh, spear there by Jay. Jay going up top. Big splash. Here we go. 1, 2. And he gets it. Jay capitalizes. Jay gets the victory. Ooh, the vision. Sort of assisting Jay. What if he was on the phone to Seth last week? That's what they're going to want you thinking. There's going to be a lot of noticing, isn't there? The vision. Here's Jimmy. Help me. They're about to kill him. Help me. Jay walks away, mate. Jay walks away. Jimmy gets a chair, runs down to the ring. Jimmy wanted help from Jay, but Jay walked away. And he's come down to help LA Knight. Here is Heyman. Heyman's telling Braun no. Heyman telling Braun no. Braun gets down off the edge of the ring. We do it on our time. We do it on our time. Well, there we go. They're walking away. Braun Breaker barking as he goes. It's better Jimmy is the one helping. Jay would have concussed himself again. That's true. Look at that. Jimmy has grabbed a chair and he's not knocked himself out. Crowd were chanting OTC. Backstage, we've got Seth having a look at that watch. Oh, here's Becky. Becky says Cody is fake. Becky's going off on the Usos. That is weird. Bleacher Report gets mentioned. They're not fans, they're thieves. Mate, this is a great Becky promo. I love the amount of times we've gone backstage. I'm going to make an example. Oh. I really like that from Seth, you know. Seth was not really listening to what she was saying. He was looking at this watch and he was trying to figure out what it meant. Is this friendship? Or is this fake? Is this just him giving me a gift when it works for him? Or is this friendship? And he's like, she's going off in the background and he's still looking at this watch. This Raw is so good. I tell you, it's the amount of backstage segments. It's the fact that we're constantly going to stories and moving them forwards and looking at interactions. That was the secret of the Bloodline success. We've not done this much backstage stuff. Okay, Rhea. I wouldn't be here without Asuka. Can I even trust you? Oh my God. Oh, it's so good. Everything's so good. Wrestling's the best. Wrestling is the best. I don't even remember when WWE was a bit mid. I only remember WWE being amazing. Yeah, really good. They need to change Seth's theme. Wrestle Andy says, Hensy coin is the future of finance. And it's not just me saying it. Warren Buffett is saying it. Jeff Bezos is saying it. They've seen the vision. Gold. War Raiders want golds. Everyone loved Penta. Okay, wouldn't it be shocking if Jay turned out to be the fourth man in the Vision, said Sis. Okay, we just got an interview with War Raiders and Penta whilst we're at commercial break right now. Jordan said, Becky is saying the greatest woman ever, but she tapped out. She got cooked by CM Punk and AJ Lee at Wrestlepalooza, says Jordan. Yeah, I mean, I suppose her argument would be that was not a singles match. If it was a singles match, one-on-one, no other people involved, she would have got that job done. Okay, there we go. Mate, the Talking Points video tonight is going to take me about 2 years. The Talking Points video tonight, I'll be like, well, this happened, we went backstage, this happened, this feels like it's going this way, that might happen, this might happen. Blimey now. Daze, was there any reports on Punk and Lee being on Raw? No. In fact, there was very little reports for tonight's show. Very, very little was reported for tonight. Okay, we're just seeing back Undertaker. He came out. Do you know, I rewatched this segment so many times. And the big thing I took away from it is just how professional Stephanie is. Do you know why? Because she was probably told to go out there and, like, applaud Undertaker. So she, for so long, is doing that. Right? Even as he's standing, getting off his bike, going over to her, she's still doing that. Because I think she was told to do that. Undertaker's going to come out, just applaud him down to the ring, right? We'll cut to you, showing you applaud him. So I think she was told to do that. And so she does this, and she does it so long. Even as he's like coming over to her, she's still there going... And eventually she like slows it down and goes like this, right? And then he's like, can I go over there? She's like, yeah. He's got a line as well where he's like, have you been following me? And off the top of her head, she's like, I've been following you a long time, which actually made him laugh, right? Good, witty, nice. Don't think that was planned at all. Genuinely. And then there's another bit where he goes, are you ready? And she's like, woo! Cheers up into the sky, like energy and woo, like part of the crowd and everything. And then, of course, he hits her with the induction thing. But I've watched it a few times. I was like, man, she's so professional. It's like she's constantly thinking of what can I contribute, right? I've been told to clap, I'm going to clap. He says a line, I'm going to come back with something fun. Are you ready? Big reaction. Woo! You know, rather than just sitting there. It's like fair play. She deserves to go into the Hall of Fame for just everything she did on Saturday night. For clapping that long. Right, next Monday, we've got Dominic and Rusev. Intercontinental Championship match coming up next week. Something to look forward to. I'm going to look forward to it. I am going to look forward to it. What else we got? Bailey against Raquel. Oh, have we always had moving graphics? We got Bailey like twirling round and everything. Roxanne's like this. Oh, hello. Isn't that basically what we flipping did the other day? A tornado tag match with weapons and all this sort of stuff. It's just, that's what we got the other day. The hell's this? Is this a Grande video? It's gotta be in it. None paved the way. So we've just got a little Grande video package. I think this is a joke that's really gone places they weren't expecting. Extinto. That bird is extinto. Well, that doesn't look AI at all, does it? Blumming out. We just had a glimpse of a couple of wrestlers. That's the most AI thing I've ever seen in my life. Long live Lucha Libre. Long live. It's pretty fun, isn't it? Okay, here's Maxine. This women's division is the most competitive it's ever been. AJ. Oh, he's not happy with the Americanos. I'll go to great lengths to hurt somebody. Okay, so we got AJ, we got Dragon Lee. How many are there? Okay, they want them next week. I'll talk to the Americanos. The Americanos. Let's not sign any more Americanos. Oh, here's Asuka. Oh, it's so great hearing that music. Da-na-na. Da-na. Main event time. Boom. Dun. Main event time. Let's go. Right. Daze, do we think Vince will be able to go in the Hall of Fame for Steph? Will be able to... Oh, what? Go to the Hall of Fame? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't even know if she'd want him there, honestly. I mean, apparently she did not go to his birthday. His 80th birthday, she was not there. She was not someone that attended. So... Perhaps that was part of the conversation or something. Like, if we do put her in, would it be a problem if Vince is there or not? And maybe the answer is actually right now it would not be a problem. Okay, Asuka making her way down. Benny said Daze, 4 letters, 1 word. Daze. Also, AJ Dragon Lee. Is that a play on AJ Lee? Well, it is a play. I don't know that it's an intentional play. But it is a play. Jennifer said, didn't Vince show off his new girlfriend? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I wasn't there. Was you there? Was you, buds? Jennifer, did you go? Are you the new girlfriend? Okay, here's Mommy. Dun, dun, dun. This is my brutality. She's already got a rip in her tights. That's disappointing. That's disappointing. Already ripped tights. We haven't even done anything. What happened to standards, eh? Okay, Rhea Ripley making her way down to the ring. Where are we time-wise? We've got about 19 minutes to go. Kyrie was looking quite pleased. She was greeting the fans as she was making her way down. She also looks like she's got a bit of bondage gear on tonight. Love that for her. Right, are we looking forward to the tornado tag next week? Not massively. I mean, what I will say is that Raw this week has been really good. It does fill me with optimism that next week should be really good as well. So, but I was not impressed with the match. I really was not impressed with the match at Wrestlepalooza. Okay, Rhea in the ring. Big Time said, what would you score this Raw based on what you've seen? What boxes has it ticked? I think it's ticked most boxes, to be honest with you. I mean, the box it hasn't ticked is maybe Big Surprise. You know, it's maybe not... I don't know if we've ticked the OMG box. I think that box has been left unticked. But we have had some really good in-ring tonight. We've definitely had storyline development. Pace of the show has been really good. Good energy. I've been engaged all throughout the show. It's easily one of the strongest episodes of Raw of the year. I mean, for me, I'm like probably around a 7.75 sort of range. I mean, I think we're like a big surprise away from this thing being like in the 8s. So, you know, if we was to get, like, flipping Paige come walking out at the end of this show, then I'm in the 8s. But, yeah, I think it's been really good. The only reason why I wouldn't be going higher than that is because you do get those crazy episodes. You know, those crazy episodes that, like, they stack and they put loads of championship matches on. It might be like a Raw 25 or something like that, you know? You always get those episodes that they really... I mean, think about the Netflix premiere episodes. I know that didn't come out to be a good episode, but we had high hopes it was going to be a legendary episode. We had high hopes it was going to be something really special. For me, that's where we go into 9s. If everything fires and delivers. I mean, we've had episodes that have felt like mini PLEs. So for me, this episode has been really good, really solid, but there's no reason why you can't be able to do this on a regular basis. There's no reason why you can't just keep using this as a template, going backstage, pushing stories forward, having good in-ring matches. I mean, we haven't had any championship matches tonight. So no championships have been defended. I mean, we could get this show, but this could be for a title. We could get a new champion. That would have made it better. So that's why, for me, just keeping it in perspective, I still think we're in the 7s, but I think we're like 7.5, 7.75. I mean, it's been one of the better Raws of 2025, no doubt whatsoever. But, I mean, we can get into that when we do our kind of breakdown video, when we do our review. Right now, we got Rhea going to the outsides. Alex said, that's fair enough, Opala. I love Otis as a person more than a performer. Big Time said, if CM Punk and AJ Lee aren't on the show, I'm totally fine with it. Especially for Punk, I'd rather he take his time off to recharge. Carr said, NXT should be good tomorrow. Well, NXT's been good every week, hasn't it? I agree. We've got that champion versus champion match tomorrow. So NXT tomorrow, a big deal. So, yes, I agree. Catherine said those backstage segments have been so good tonight. Opala said, go watch AEW. That's where the best wrestle. I'm all right, thank you. After watching this episode of Raw, I don't need to be watching any other promotions. This is giving me everything I need. Right now we've got Asuka throwing in a big knee, Rhea going down. AKF said, didn't Becky say she was going to come out to make a statement? Definitely something worth keeping an eye on. How long we got? We got about 15 minutes, so yeah, there can be some twists and turns here. Big Time said, did we see that PW Insider reported that WrestleMania is charging $8,000 for the most expensive tickets? Well, I don't really get that, to be honest, because we've seen tickets for nearly 40 grand, those packages. So are those just single day? Seems quite cheap. Because they'll be floor seats, won't they? And I don't give a flip about that. You know me. I don't care about those floor seats where the rich people sit. Charge them more. I care more about those tickets that the average family is going to have to buy. The average family, you know, the kids, can they go to WrestleMania? I care more about the cheapest seats, and I think they were about 800, and that horrifies me. Because that means a family of 4 is going to have to spend, flipping, what, 3,200? Right now we got Asuka with Rhea. Carr said TNA Bound for Glory should be good because it's Dudley's against Hardy's. Kevin said, I think they'll induct Vince into the Hall of Fame in Saudi, where he won't get booed so much. That's interesting. That's really interesting. That's interesting. Right now we've got Asuka charging over. Clothesline there by Rhea. Clothesline again by Rhea. Short arc clotheslines. She grabs Asuka. Asuka kick coming into the midsection. She picks up Asuka, slams her down. Face first against the ropes. Basement drop kick. Rhea screams out. Rhea is definitely ready for Asuka. Lovely suplex there by Rhea as Asuka gets her shoulder up. Asuka gets her shoulder up. So Wade Barrett says that a power wrestler is how Rhea was seen, but she has evolved so much. She's now got it all. Right now, we have got Asuka basement drop kick there, taking the legs away. Back in the corner, kick coming in. 1, 2, shoulder up. Spartan said, I wonder how much they charge tickets in Saudi Arabia. Probably high. I think it'll be high, but the thing with Saudi is they don't really need the money back. It would be in their benefit to make it cheap so that they can entice people to come over. So, you know, Saudi could absolutely absorb the financial burden. It's way more in there. I mean, like, God, if they made every ticket $1, it wouldn't matter to them. They've got so much money that it wouldn't matter. I mean, they don't need the money back. So it's way more important they just get people to go. It's a little bit like when you go to shops and they've got, like, lost leaders. You know, they have things to entice you to come to the shop, like, flipping, come to our shop, we're selling bottles of water for 10 cents. Just to get you through the door. You know, it's one of those. Come to WrestleMania, it's only $1 a ticket. Flipping, sell out, get as many people over as you can. And they won't do that, of course. I'm being, you know, I'm being extreme. I'm being an extremist. Yeah. Rhea goes to the outside. Down goes Asuka. Carr said, imagine if Undertaker comes out of retirement at Saudi. Jim said TKO hates wrestling fans. Okay, I don't know if we're going to commercial break, coming back from commercial break. I never quite know. Doesn't massively matter. First time Asuka has faced Rhea in 3 years. Ooh, it's a fun fact. Fun facts. Rhea on the outside, throwing down a big blow to the back of Asuka. Asuka goes down. Asuka going back in the ring. I could hear Kyrie shouting then. Oliver said, I'm from Morocco. Oh, really? Do you know what, Oliver? My parents have just been in your country. Literally, they were away and I was having to look after the dog because my parents were in Morocco. They loved it. So, Oliver, shout out to you. I'm from Morocco. I just watched to learn English. I really want to learn it. You know how important it is. My name is Yasin. I am a Muslim. Well, Yasin, shout out to you, my friends. That's good. If you, I mean, I don't think we use too many big words, so hopefully we're clear and you can hear what we're saying and follow what we're saying. So, yeah, welcome, my friend. Shout out to you. I think learning English is a really good thing to do. Learning languages is a really good thing to do, but something which I, unfortunately, have never really given the time to that I probably should have. So, yeah, shout out to you, buds. Welcome. Welcome to everyone that is joining us as we're at commercial break for another 40-odd seconds. Rhea is absolutely destroying Asuka at the moment. Asuka being kept grounded. Wrestle Rant said it's criminal for TKO to charge these kinds of prices. It's disgusting. It's a big FU to the kids. That's why people... I don't know why people are still attending the shows. Well, there is a lot of people that obviously are financially okay, and so for them it's no problem. If you think about like sports stars or CEOs or executives or, you know, them and their kids are going to be okay. But the average family, I certainly don't think could afford WrestleMania tickets. I mean, I don't think the average $1,200 to spend on just tickets, let alone hotels and travel and food and merch and everything else that goes with it. I mean, that is just... It's where we are, though. Look, this is where it is. As long as the tickets sell, TKO aren't going to be bothered, are they? As long as the tickets sell, TKO will still charge these prices. So, you know, we as fans... we do make it worse for ourselves, as you said, by buying those tickets. But it's hard, isn't it? Because if you love the product, you want to go. It's hard. Right, Rhea has got Asuka in the corner looking for a superplex. Gets it. Huge. Absolutely huge. Alex said, I've only been to Money in the Bank this year and Elimination Chamber last year. Hilariously enough, I spent less at Elimination Chamber and I had better seats. Oliver said, sorry for the question, but how long does it take for an Arab person to learn English? I honestly don't know. I don't know. I've never taught English, so I honestly don't know how long that process would take. I mean, I would imagine it depends on how much you try to learn. I'd imagine it's, you know, are you being really intense with it? Are you taking lessons? Or are you just trying to pick it up? I'd say if you're just trying to pick it up, it depends how long you're committing to that. So I don't know that there is a timeline. I mean, on top of all of that, everyone learns at different speeds as well. So I think it would be... I think you'd be talking months and months, of course you would. And even then you wouldn't be an expert. I mean, you'd get the basics and you'd get, like, you know, sentence structures and everything. But yeah, I don't think English is an easy... I don't think it's an easy language to learn. Just like how Mandarin is not an easy language to learn. I think English is easier, but... you will get it. As long as you put the work in, just like most things in life. Look at that razor's edge. That was like a tribute to Damian Priest, wasn't it? A razor's edge by Rhea. Asuka down. Daze, did you see the tweet that I tagged you in about the AEW fans being smelly? Said Big Time. Yeah, I did. I'm not really looking for AEW news, but yeah, I did see it. Rhea with her arm. I'll probably use that when I speak to Tommy, but I wouldn't bother putting it in unseen or whatever. Right now, we got Rhea trying to get back up to her feet. Asuka causing Rhea a few problems. Asuka over in the corner, charging in, moves out the way. Rhea, shoulder first. Big kick coming in by Asuka. This has been such a great match, by the way. I don't think I've done a good job of saying how good this match has been. They've worked at a hell of a pace. Hell of a pace. We got Mommy Chance. Mommy Chance breaking out. Mommy, 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 mommy. Yeah, crowd are very much with Rhea Ripley at the moment. Kick coming in there by Asuka. Shot coming back there by Rhea. Asuka kick to the midsection. And again, throwing in some quick strikes. Rhea goes down, goes out the ring, flops on the outsides. Asuka coming back into the match. Kairi on the outside. Kairi's like, she's threatening. The referee's right there. Kairi was like, teasing like she was going to get involved. Look, Asuka having a go at Kairi. Kairi almost falling over. Rhea going face first. Kairi didn't want to cheap shots Rhea. Asuka's upset with Kairi. I mean, it is true. Look, Asuka could probably have got the job done, but it's always useful if someone could give you a helping hand. Big shot there by Rhea into Asuka. Asuka over against the ropes. Rhea over the other side. Asuka misses. Kick coming in. Oh, look at that knee bar. Yes. So good. Do you see how she got into that? Oh, mate, she's still one of the GOATs. So good. How she managed to get that move on. Rhea, middle of the ring. Tap, 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 tap. Look at the leg. Look at the leg. The leg was over at the sides. Oh, mate, she is really messing up that leg. Rip it off, Asuka. Rip it off into a suplex. Remind everyone, Asuka. People have forgot. People have straight up forgot just how good she is. Asuka in the corner. Oh, my God. Fair play. Fair play by Rhea. Flipping dropkick midair. Mate, they should have had this match at Wrestlepalooza. We should have had this at Wrestlepalooza. The flip. The crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." Do you know why? Because it flipping is. Here's Kairi. Here's Kairi. Do it, Kairi. Do it. Kairi doesn't want to do it. Oh, just do it, Kairi. Do it. Oh, she did go for it. She did go for it. Oh, no. It backfires. 2, 3. Rhea wins. That's Kairi's fault. That's Kairi's fault. Just done it. Committed. Oh, look, Asuka. The Mist! The Mist is back! The Mist! This'll surely... Oh my God, there was loads of it. I didn't even realise there was that much. This'll surely bring down the... Look, Kairi's like, Yeah, this is your fault, Kairi. Jesus, how much mist was there? She's turned her into a Smurf? That's how much mist there was. Ah, look now, yes! Kairi! Crowd are booing. Crowd are booing. Here comes Io. Here's Io. Io's coming running down. It'd be great if Io joined in as well, but I bet she won't. Oh, God. Why does everyone disrespect Asuka? She should be beating up the Smurf right now. Instead, she's saving the Smurf. Okay, right now, Asuka's like, okay. She's crying because she knows she's got to turn on a man. She's crying. She's upset. She's upset because I think she knows what she's got to do. Bang! There it is! There it is! Asuka lays out Io. Asuka lays out Io. Yeah, you deserve it. You deserve it. She brought you in this company. That's how you repay her. Yeah, beat her up, Kyrie. Yes! She is! She is! Oh, she doesn't want to do it as well. She's like, I don't want to do it. Yeah, mate, marker. Marker. There we go. The turn has happened. What a brilliant ending. God, this should have happened at Wrestlepalooza. Why didn't we do this at Wrestlepalooza? Why didn't we do this at Wrestlepalooza? Bang! Rhea goes down. Now she goes over to Io. Kyrie's upset, but she's still getting involved. Io. Kyrie's taking her time. She's emotional. Do it! Elbow! Bang! Woo! Mate, I'm a fully blown Asuka stan. I am a fully signed up as. Look at her! Look at her! Look at Papa Smurf! Blimey now. That is unbelievable. K-Dub said ESPN didn't design. That is true. This is too good for ESPN. Oh, God, that was so enjoyable. I had such a lovely time. Wrestling is the best. Guys, it's like we've been saying all along. Wrestling is amazing. There's nothing wrong with WWE. Wrestlepalooza was fantastic. This show proves it. God, honestly, so good. So enjoyable. A big finish as well. A big finish. I think it really does make a difference what you end with as well, because, I mean, you just, oh, God, it was so good. I think that got me in the eights with that finish, you know. I wanted something big to juicy to end the show with, and we did it. I mean, Asuka and Kyrie attacking Io after a few weeks of kind of teasing it, and we knew it was going to go that way. No one's going to say that's a surprise. No one's going to sit here and go, well, I didn't see that come in. We all saw it coming, but WWE tease these things, and you're just waiting for the trigger to be pulled, and we pulled it, and it was brilliant, and we got way more tonight than we got at Wrestle Snoozer. Neil said, I wonder if they're going to separate at the dojo. I know, Joshi, they're not going to do training pics together, says Neil. Asuka is amazing, said Aaron. Let's get a poll up, shall we? Big thank you to King Yeti. King Yeti firing in 20 Wrestling Daze memberships. Really appreciate that, my friends. So, King Yeti, shout out to you. Mayor Pete said, my poll is up as a result. I mean, there was some very exciting lady action at the end there. Kyrie and Asuka versus Io and Rhea at Crown Jewel. Sign me up, mate. Sign me up. I just hope we don't do Asuka dirty. I mean, you know, I thought she would take the L, and I thought that she would attack Rhea after. We thought there was a chance Io would come down to make the save. It kind of went the way that we were anticipating, but yeah, the only downside with that is that I do think that they are going to use Asuka as a way of getting Io over. You know, this will lead to Asuka Io, and I think Io will win that match, win that feuds. I'm just not ready to give up on Asuka being in the conversation. I'm not ready to give up on Asuka being in the mix. Look at what she just delivered with Rhea. I mean, you just can't tell me that she's not one of the best in ring at the moment, even now. I get building new stars, but that building new stars sometimes comes at the expense of kind of moving on from the old stars a bit too quickly. And I do worry that that is kind of where we are with Asuka. So, you know, we put the belt on Tiffany. We put the belt on Stephanie. Before that, we've built up Io. You know, you've got Jade in the mix. It's like, yeah, but you got Asuka right there. Like, Asuka's right there. One of the best women we've ever had in WWE is right there. So, you know, I just worry that if there is a bit of a concern, it would be that we're just now going to just move on from Asuka a bit too quickly. But it's great that she's getting featured. Listen, the alternative is you could be sat in catering. So, I agree. The shows need to be like this. After all, WWE is where the best wrestle and entertain. Do you agree? I just don't see any way that that can be argued. WWE is where the best wrestle, and I think that's a really good way of wording it. I think it's a really, really good way of wording it. WWE where the best wrestle. Makes sense, doesn't it? It does. Check out. Right, this applies to SmackDown with Alexa should be the champ. She's the most over woman by far, said YB Dub. I agree in the sense of I don't think Tiffany should be the champion at the moment personally, right? I think that she was someone that we gave a go-to, and I think the run has been a bit flat. I think that there are much better exciting options. I think that, I don't know if that alternative is Alexa, though, because I do think Alexa's doing some really important work. I think the work she's doing at the moment with Charlotte has been a minor miracle. I mean, the fact that Alexa has helped get Charlotte over with the crowd is, honestly, it should go on her resume of achievements. It should be up there with, like, a world title. Like, winning a world title is one of the biggest things you can do. Arguably even bigger than that is getting people to care about Charlotte. And Alexa has done that. So I sort of feel like the story they're telling at the moment is quite interesting for Alexa. I think it will have a big payoff. But yeah, I mean, once we're kind of through with this story, then we should be at the point where Alexa's back in that conversation, back in that mix. The women's division is great. The women's division is stacked. There's a lot of great options. So it is hard. Everyone's going to have their own thoughts as to which way we should be going. But for me personally, I am just a bit sad that we've kind of not given more to Asuka in recent times. I cannot believe how flipping well. Look at that. It's like she's in Avatar. How did Asuka miss Rhea that good? How did she, like, completely cover her from head to toe? This person here said that was the best TV match in a month at least. I mean, we had so much praise for this show, and then they've gone and delivered a match of that quality. Amazing. James said TNA invades NXT tomorrow, hopefully. Daze, where is Damien? We didn't see him that long ago. He was in a bit of a story, wasn't he? I mean, didn't we see him just like last week in a battle with Alistair? So I think he's doing that at the moment. So I don't think that there's a like a great mystery. It's not that long ago that we saw him. They keep trying to keep that belt on Tiffany for as long as possible, said Free. Yeah, well, they have, yes. Neil said it was a good mist. Right, well, look, honestly, so good. So good. I am going to be full of praise on our review video, and I'm sure many of you will as well. That is the blueprint right there. I mean, I think if Triple H needs an example of like what it is fans are looking for, I would have no hesitation in saying this show here. I'm not saying that is perfect. I'm not saying that is everything we're looking for. But as a weekly product, an episode of Raw that we would hold up as an example of what it is we're after, I would have no hesitations holding up that. And I think what's really exciting about that Raw we just watched is that it's very easy to do again and again and again. I don't really think there was anything there that's that difficult to kind of do again next week. I mean, we had a great main event. I mean, if you put two great talents in a ring, hopefully you end up with a great main event. It was not a Braun and Bronson main event, right? I mean, we did that way too many times. So to actually get two women in a singles match in the main event, Asuka and Rhea, two amazing talents. I mean, it's not hard. It's really not difficult. Way more backstage segments than what we've seen in recent weeks. Stories everywhere being progressed. Just that's just that. Just give us that. Even if it's not quite as good as that on a weekly basis, I'll take 15% down on that and I'll still be thrilled. I'll take 20% down on that and I'll still be thrilled. So much better than what we've been getting. Mark said, now that Kyrie has turned, she better not try to apologize and act like a heel, because now she's attacked them. She better just accept that they're going to get hit back. Kat says, why don't you do it if it's that easy? I don't have my own wrestling promotion, Kat. I don't have my own wrestling promotion or TV deal. Otherwise, I would. Varlan said, do you think WrestleMania shouldn't take place at Mania 41 when Mania 42 was announced in New Orleans? Do you think WrestleMania shouldn't take place? I don't know what the question is. I think Mania should definitely take place. It was announced in New Orleans, but then Las Vegas came in with a bigger bid, and they ended up like switching it. I think it sucks on New Orleans. Hopefully they do get a WrestleMania in the future. But that's not enough of a reason to just boycott WrestleMania. Maybe if you're in New Orleans and you're really upset about it. But, you know, I think that is one that I can kind of understand. You go to New Orleans, but then someone comes in with a bigger offer, and so you end up going there. I don't know if they didn't turn around to New Orleans and go, can you match that? And maybe New Orleans were like, no, we can't. And as a result, they were like, we have to go then. We can't turn this offer down. Sai said, what do we think about Stephanie Hall of Fame? Triple H has got in the Hall of Fame last year. Back-to-back Hall of Fames. Back-to-back Hall of Fames. Well, I think she deserves it. I mean, I don't really like to get into the conversation around who should be going in when, because I don't think it's never been the more deserving person goes in first. It's never been that way. It's always been like whenever they feel the timing is right, or, you know, like it's never been like, oh, this person deserves it more, let's put them in, you know? I mean, the flipping Hall of Fame started in 1993. We didn't put Bruno Sammartino until I think it was 2014. Bruno Sammartino is like an 11-year WWE champion, the face of the company in the 60s, and you could argue the 70s as well. If we had WrestleManias starting back when WWE started, then Bruno Sammartino would have dominated the first 20, right? But because we didn't, he's just not regarded as, you know, being a Hogan-level star. But it's never been about, like, who deserves it goes in before. So I don't take it as, like, a knock on anyone. So for me, she deserves to go in. The question is, do they deserve to go in? The answer is yes. She does deserve to go in. And I think, you know, the thing with Triple H is you just don't know what the future's going to hold. And so he didn't know he was going to go in, of course. That was a surprise on him. But whilst he's got the ability, I mean, you never know what the future's going to hold. So whilst he's got the ability to put his wife in, I think he wanted to take that. Plus also, it's probably a bit awkward at home, isn't it? Him having a Hall of Fame ring and she doesn't. So we probably should have predicted that this was going to happen. Right. All three Grandes are revealed, says Miguel. Okay, 65, 15, 16, and 4. Great 80. So that was your favourite match of the night. Dr. Nuchalala said if Undertaker can get Michelle in, then why can't Triple H? Steph does deserve it 100%. Jeremy said, I can't wait to see what happens with Judgment Day and the Usos storyline. Shane said, thanks for following me back. No worries, buds. And Grimwan said, do we like the way they surprise the inductees now? Yeah, I do, actually. Yeah, I do. I think it's really good. Obviously, you can't do that for everyone because sometimes it's people that are outside the business. You know, I mean, it's going to be hard to, like, surprise, you know, the flipping natural disasters. But maybe you could make more of an effort. You know, perhaps we could actually go to a Comic-Con where Typhoon was. Is Fred Ottman, I think his name. And we could have maybe took a representative and actually surprised him and done a... I don't know if you had This Is Your Life in America. I think you did. We had it in the UK. It's an old show that a lot of people might not know or remember. But basically, you would have these celebrities and they would be doing a performance or they would be doing a gig or they'd be doing a stand-up show or they'd be, you know, doing whatever, going about their lives. And then the host of the show would be like, such and such, this is your life. And it was a big honor and it was a big shock and it was a big deal. And then they would basically go back to the studio and they would basically tell the story of that person, how they grew up, how they got into the industry. And it was a big thing, right? I think there is a chance that in a way that you could do that for Hall of Fame inductees. I mean, as we said, why can't you go to Comic-Cons, find whoever the legend is that's going to be inducted and surprise them with a Hall of Fame induction, you know? Rather than just a graphic going up and just finding out that the next one's is the natural disasters or the next one is going to be Sid or whoever it might be. So, yeah, I do actually. The other positive as well is if you do it a bit earlier than we've been doing it, it gives it a bit more room to breathe. The problem with announcing them all during WrestleMania season is WrestleMania season's got so much going on. You just only give the person a little slither of attention. Whereas actually, if you start it a bit earlier, then maybe we can give them a little bit more of a spotlight. I mean, I would love to see a video package on Steph and kind of going back through her, what she's done and, you know, why she's going in the Hall of Fame. But do that for everyone that's going in. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I don't know that Natural Disasters got a video package last year. I think someone told me they did, but it was just put straight onto YouTube. I don't remember it being shown on Raw or SmackDown. And it's like, that bothers me because I sort of feel like if they're going in the Hall of Fame, they should get the full Hall of Fame experience. And I think you're doing them a bit dirty there by not giving them that Hall of Fame experience. So maybe if you start it early, then you can make sure that everyone gets the spotlight they deserve. So I said, why is Shane not in the Hall of Fame? Oh, I think he'll go in. As I said, I'm not worried about, oh, she's gone in, but they've not gone in. Because what would happen is if we put Shane in, then people would be like, why has Stephanie not gone in? Do you know what I mean? Like, you're never going to avoid that, oh, Stephanie's in, but Chyna isn't. And it's like, you're always going to get that. I think that is a fruitless conversation, to be honest. Like, you're always going to have people that are not yet in, that deserve to go in. But rather than going, they're in, but why are they not in? It's better to just go, they're in, they're going in. Do they deserve it? And I think Steph is undeniably yes. Great, lovely. Who do we hope for next? You know? And then that, for me, is probably a more healthier way of looking at the Hall of Fame. Kenny said, put Vince in the Hall of Fame because there would be no WWE without him. It's a controversial one, isn't it? I mean, I don't think there's any harm in saying that it is controversial because it is controversial. I mean, do you put him in? I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, he's got to go in, I would imagine, at some point, but does he just go in as a legacy after he's passed away? Do you just put him in? I mean, like some people would say no, he doesn't go in at all. The stuff that's happened outside of the ring just completely negates him being honored, right? History will remember him as being the guy that did everything that he did. We don't have to honor him in the Hall of Fame, right? And so there will be people out there saying no, he doesn't go in. Then you'll have people out there saying, okay, yeah, his contribution was so big, you got to put him in, but just put him in after he's passed away. Just put him in as a legacy. Just put him in as one of those kind of graphics, and in he goes. We certainly don't need to give him a spotlight of having him talk on a stage. So just put him in after he passes away. And then you'll have other people saying, no, we want headliner, full shebang. You know, you really are going to have a big differing opinion on that one. I don't know where the percentage would be. I don't know what percentage would be what, but I do know that at least those three options would be all well represented, because there's obviously going to be a lot of different feelings on it. So I don't know. I don't know what they do with Vince. I mean, they might not know. They might just be kicking that can down the road. Dog Pound said China is in the Hall of Fame with DX, but not as a singles wrestler. Love Cats said maybe like 10 years after he passes. Maybe. I honestly don't know what they're going to do, and I don't think they know either. Big Time says, do you remember when the allegations came out, Vince came out SmackDown the next day, the crowd were cheering and bowing to him? Yeah, the allegations came out, but I don't think the report had come out. I don't think the evidence and the actual lawsuit had come out. I think it was just the allegations. And the thing with Vince is he has been facing allegations pretty much all throughout his life. Allegations of a steroid trial, for example. There was the Ring Boy scandal that was around. People questioning how much he knew about what was going on with that. Obviously, him continuing the show after Owen had passed away upset people massively. Him honouring Chris Benoit before all the facts had come out. There was even allegations of him and someone in a tanning studio. There was like, he'd gone to get a tan and there was some woman that worked there that accused him as well of being inappropriate. And yeah, there's been lots of things that have been said over the years. So when these allegations came out, it was bad. But it was, I think I remember saying at the time, people were asking me, and they were like, will this bring Vince down? I was like, nah, Vince has had lots of allegations against him over the years. He always finds a way of weathering them. And to be honest, I would still have stood by that. The only big difference this time is we've never had a lawsuit with all of that, all those texts and all of that information. I mean, that lawsuit was like, what, 70 odd pages long, was it? I mean, it was just so detailed and absolute. I mean, like some of the stuff in there was just mind blowing. Absolutely mind blowing. It's one thing for someone to accuse someone of something. It's another thing to have that document go out to the public. I mean, you've seen it. You know the stuff that's in it. It is just jaw-dropping, mind-blowing. And, yeah, I mean, as soon as that came out, then you go, no, this is different. This is different now. This is different. And so it proved. So I don't think that had come out, actually. I don't believe that had come out when he was doing the, thank yous and all of that stuff. Because it was really messy, wasn't it? I mean, he retired and he came back, and that whole period is quite a messy period. But yeah, I mean, look, even now, I mean, the other thing is right now, he's not been found guilty of anything. So, you've still got people that are riding with him. And the sad truth is, even if he's found guilty, because of what he's done for people, there's going to be plenty that will still ride with him, even if he's found guilty of this. So that's why I say when there's like the varying different opinions, there just are lots of different opinions around on this. So it's a big conversation, which obviously we don't need to have now, right? We've had it before. I don't shy away from it. I don't worry about having it. As we've said, I pride myself on us having this conversation. I pride myself on the fact we don't just hide from these conversations. So I don't worry about having it, but as we said, it's not one we need to go through now. Right, let's go. Let's wrap this up and let's walk away. So, thank you for joining us. I really hope this has restored people's confidence in WWE. I hope people are feeling a lot better now as we continue to move forwards. I know I am. Obviously, I'll get your thoughts and we'll do a review and we'll get everyone's comments. That should be interesting. I'm going to go and do the talking points video, which is probably going to take me about 3 hours to do. We'll do Unseen after as well. So lots on the way. But yes, this is the show we were looking for. This is the show that we needed. And this is the show that's going to hopefully give a much needed boost to the WWE fans out there. I mean, I tell you, the great thing is, as a community, I have not seen anyone's reaction in regards to, I don't know what Bleacher Report are saying. I don't know what 411 Mania are saying. I don't know what Culture are saying, or Wrestle Talk are saying, or Cultaholic are saying. But what I do know is a bad show, and what I do know is a good show whenever I see them. And you know that as well, right? Because we've been watching wrestling a long time. This is undeniably a good show. This is going to get a lot of praise, and deservedly so. Right? Reaction to this is going to be really, really good. I don't need anyone to tell me that. We know. So, yes, good. We're back. And hopefully, I will see you tomorrow because we have got NXT champion versus champion. And that should be interesting as well. So, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it as always. Big shout out, King Yeti. Thank you for those gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.